Here's your Rutherford Weather Forecast.
All right. Whoa. Good morning. Hello. Here we go. It's been snowing for a little bit and just wanted to pop on to give you an update on our winter storm warning. We're seeing some areas, at least on radar, that show we may be changing over to a little bit of sleet. The snow was never supposed to last very long, although it looks pretty out there. In fact, and I know that on some of the platforms, I just haven't gotten over to change it. I did change it on YouTube, but I need to change the title. Okay. The software I used to do this, for some reason, decided to title it something from September. But a few of the cameras. This is downtown Murfreesboro from WGNS, and you can see road pretty much covered. This is not a heavy road that is traveled, but considerable. And so you can see that there's some snow covering that. For some reason, one of our cameras is not popping up here. So let's look from the courthouse. This is kind of what you expect to see on a Christmas card, isn't it? Large flakes with sleet in Christiana. Brent, thanks for that. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about because I started to see it here showing up on the radar just a few minutes ago. See if I can find another camera we can look at here real quick. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we can take a look at the gateway. So this is in the hospital area, Medical Center Parkway. So it is really coming down. If you want to drop us a comment here, Facebook, YouTube, I can see YouTube, I know. If you're watching on Facebook or X and want to leave a quick comment and let us know what's going on in your area, that'll kind of help me test out this new equipment here too. But let's look at the radar because that's where we need to go. And what I thought we would do, there really is no great big idea on how to handle this today because it's going to be snow and then it's going to be sleet and then freezing rain. And, you know, we're going to go through several changes. So initially, we're just going to kind of stay on here for a bit, drop in to give you some updates when we have information. You can communicate through the chat in terms of letting us know what you're seeing out there and things like that. When we have information to pass along from the National Weather Service, we can. And kind of go from there. Just looking at a few updates here. We've got one report of about a half an inch of snow in Murfreesboro so far. But, you know, snow is snow. And we knew it wasn't going to stay snow for a long time. However, we've been snowing, what, about an hour and a half or so? And already starting to see that changeover. And let me show you something interesting. Or you might not think it's interesting. But one of the ways to tell that we're starting to see that changeover is obviously you see purple, right? Well, another thing that, I mean, this is just a radar that's trying to tell what the precipitation types are. There's actually a precipitation mode. And if I go to what we normally look at, like during any severe weather, this is what we're looking at. You can't really tell anything about the precipitation type there, can you? But one thing that you can see in this precipitation mode is we get an idea, okay, yeah, that's where we may see some sleet, and then there's our freezing rain. But this is kind of cool. This is correlation coefficient. And, I just kind of marked that line, not as the line of exactly where it's happening, but as a line just so we could see what was on the precip mode. But this is correlation coefficient, and during severe weather, if there are, if we're tracking a tornado warning, we look at this to see if the radar is picking up on things that are bigger than the raindrops or snowflakes in this case, or how they're coming down. And what this is picking up on, those brighter yellows and blues, that's picking up on the sleet. So we can see a pretty good deal of sleet coming down here. So it will not be long until we get transition to a sleet storm. And how long we stay there is the big question. Sleet storm. We can't have a snowstorm. We want a sleet storm. We don't necessarily want freezing rainstorm. Let me put on the composite radar. Obviously, that's reflectivity. Sure, I'm going to find. I've never looked for it in here. Well, I'll have to do that in just a second. Let's look at our latest HRRR futurecast here, just to kind of see what it says. It's been a minute since I've looked at that. Still shows that warm nose coming in. All right, we're going to walk through this, and then I'm going to let you just look at the radar and kind of see the cameras that are going on, and we'll just pop in with some updates every now and then. A few more comments here. Miss Carlin says, still snowing heavily at east of MTSU, about a half an inch so far. About a half an inch is what we've been showing here. Heaviest snowflakes of the morning right now in Christiana. Moderate snow, 19.8 degrees with some sleet mixing in with that moderate snow. So that tells us that those heavier bands are kind of coming as they come in. It's going to bring down just enough warmer temperatures through that profile to bring sleet instead of snow, it looks like, if it's being on that front edge of that. Let's see here. So this is futurecast at 10, 11, 12. It looks like to me that we could be, maybe we'll have a little more time of mixing of snow and sleet. Maybe that's the idea that it's picking up on, and not a full changeover, because this is what we're seeing now with some sleet mixing in the southern end of the county, according to our reports, is a little bit earlier than we thought. But regardless, looks like freezing rain into the afternoon. And we stay freezing rain, and just to the south down at Tullahoma, McMinnville, looks like maybe they're going to be a bit above freezing as that warm nose sticks its warm nose in here. This is 9 o'clock tonight. Parts of the county may be warm-nosed here during the overnight hours, but let me see. At the end of this run, it's still showing at least part of the county with freezing rain at 3 a.m. All right, that's unfortunate. If we're not going to, we can't get snow or sleet, let's just let it rain, right? I'm sure that's kind of what we're thinking. Let me give you a little bit more information here from the National Weather Service if they have anything new to pass along. Transition to snow, transitioning to sleet. About 5 minutes ago, the answer to that question was in the next 2 hours or so, perhaps sooner. We will transition to sleet first. That's from Meteorologist Paige Badgett at NWS. Looks like parts of Nashville or Williamson County got about an inch. So a little bit of a thumping happening out there. Get my screens all situated as well. So again, if you want to drop a comment, we'll try to answer them. And I'm going to work to get the names on all of these fixed up here. I will put our radar in motion, and we're going to bring up a scene that has a couple of our live cams and the forecast, and this will allow us to break in whenever we need to. Do see a Facebook question here about Monday early morning 5 a.m. flight. Ooh. That's really hard to say. I think you're going to have a hard time getting there to it for sure. But whether it flies or not, I wouldn't even begin to tell you what BNA would be doing about that. I have my doubts, but that's just me personally. Maybe you do too. Part of a reason to ask for that, but I have no reason to say yes or no or absolutely not. If we get the amount of ice and things that it's looking like, it's going to be so cold on Sunday morning as well. I did see where they've canceled like 2,000 flights over the weekend yesterday afternoon. That was one of the news stories. So it is still snowing pretty heavily, and we're going to see it snow pretty heavily here for maybe another hour or two. Just like our friend at the National Weather Service just a moment ago told us in our little chat room here. Looks like the next 2 hours or so, we will make that transition to sleet. How long that transition period goes on too is big. You may still see some snow coming down, but also mixing in with those sleet pellets for a little bit. Matt, your question about Old Nashville and Florence by 8:40. Let me see. Give me just a quick second, and I will pull up. All right. So here is 8:40 at Shacklet. That's what it looks like right now. That's about as close to Florence and Old Nashville and whatnot as I can get you, but that's what the conditions look like right now. So, you've got one lane of travel, but it does look like it's just about one lane of travel that is at a decent pace. but I would think we're going to have maybe an inch or two accumulation. The accumulation maps that are out from the National Weather Service have us kind of in a stripe of anywhere from 1 to 4 inches. And I will say the bulk of our snow accumulation that's going to occur is going to occur during this time. We may get a little bit on the backside, but the majority coming in right about now. Let's take another look. So this is I-24 at Highway 96. Just double check to make sure that's right. Yep. And this is 24 at Joby Jackson. Looks like maybe just a little less snow in the southern end of the county there. But that may just be this camera. Let's go up the road on 24. This is 24 east of Sam Ridley. And it looks like 24 is down about a lane. Well, there's maybe a lane clear, but then there's another lane that's, I say clear, snow covered. It's all pretty slow go. I go back south of town here. This is Elam Road. Looks like I don't know. It just looks like it's a little less right there with the snowfall. But that's kind of a tour around some of our TDOT cameras that are here in Rutherford County. All right. So back to the radar view, we're just kind of watching that snow and sleet. Our last report was, some sleet southern end of the county. Matt made the comment about the amount of ice, and yeah, that's kind of what I was chatting about a second ago. The longer this stays snow than it stays sleet, I would take a several inch sleet storm to any ice accumulation. The last official National Weather Service map in terms of forecast had us in the area that could see 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch of ice. And, you hear that, oh, wow, 1/4 of an inch of snow, that's nothing. That's barely, and you're right. But of ice that is clinging to everything, it is a big story, big deal. And everyone wants to know, is this going to be like 94 and that kind of thing? And who knows? 94 was plenty bad. I was talking to one of the guys who does a show at the station, and he was a Smyrna police officer at the time, and he remembers 94 and some of the things that they had to work and do. So I remember 94. It was not good. So if you know and have been through an ice storm, 1/4 to 1/2 an inch of ice is not good. So we'll see. Well, if you've got comments, leave them, drop them down in the section here, and we'll get to them. Otherwise, I'm going to work on changing some names here. When we get information, I'm just going to kind of pop in, let you know what I've heard. We'll give you updates as we go along here and put a plan together, I guess, if you will. Oh, I did see one really good tip. It's that if you're on your phone, leave your phone on a charger. If it's at 100%, leave it on a charger. I mean, we're going to use our phone, right, to try to gather information. You may be watching this now on your phone. But the suggestion was to, if you're doing that, if you're consuming some type of video or whatnot, or using your phone, put it on a charger. That way you know it's charged at 100%. Because if we have some power disruptions, you're going to want your phone at 100%. So I thought that was a really good tip. I saw that last night, and I just saw it tick over just a second ago, and it reminded me of that. So is the rain Sunday going to wash the winter weather away? It will not. I don't think. We are expecting some rain. Unfortunately, I think what it's going to do is we're going to see this rain that is going to accumulate a little bit. I mean, rain accumulates, right? But it's not going to have a lot of places to go because of the freezing conditions that we've had. The ground is kind of hard and cold, right? And it's not going to rain long enough before we see the temperatures crash. And we're going to go from the 30s to like 6 degrees. So it's going to be what is kind of considered a flash freeze. And then that makes everything, whatever it is, it's going to be a solid state of ice. Okay. All right. I think that's all of the updates. I'm going to work on getting a couple of videos over to you here in just a second. So hang with us here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. We'll keep you updated. All right. Again, if you have any questions, I don't know if we'll have an answer, but we'll certainly try. Throw it in the comments. I've been working on getting some info here from my phone over. This, see where it's going to pop up here before I put it up. Let me see here. This is a photo. Take us here. Nope, right here. Photo of people standing in line at TSC for propane. So that is the line for propane at TSC. Pretty decent lines there. I think that's the TSC. Is there a TSC in Smyrna? That's where Rick is sending them to us from as well, I think. Let me find that video that he sent to me, and I will show you that as well, just to kind of give you an idea of some of the road conditions in the Smyrna area. All right.
9:18 a.m. I'm going across the Nissan Bridge, and it's already holding a significant amount of snow on it, so this is only going to get worse.
Yeah, that was at 9:18, so that was a little bit ago, but already icing on the bridge there on Nissan. So there you go. If you want to send in any reports to us, you can send us videos. I'll take a look at them. We'll maybe show them here. Photos. You can send those along the way. Probably the best thing to do is to email those, rutherfordwx@gmail.com. Jerry, who's watching, says, crazy folks driving around in this mess. Well, to each their own, you know? And it's just snow right now, but we're starting at least to see some sleet mixing in the southern part of the county. While I'm here, let me see if there are any further updates to give to you. Down towards Shelbyville, looks like they have about 20 minutes ago, a half an inch of snow sleet accumulation was the report there. And 2.4 miles southwest of Nolensville in Williamson County, about an inch of snow. So those are some of the heavier snow bands. All right. Well, back to where you can see some of the cameras out there. Still seeing the snow coming down. We are seeing that transition to sleet occurring a little further south. You can hit us up in the chat if you would like. We'll try to answer your questions if you've got any. Our reports continue here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. All right, nothing like being in your 50s and crawling on the floor under your desk to try to unplug something there. All right. Wow. Anyway, I've got one of my cameras that's not working that I'd love to be able to show you. But like I said, it is not working right now. I actually wanted to stay with the sky cams, but I can do it this way, I think. Ah, there's the camera. What do you know? It just needed a good unplugging. So let's take a tour. Polly, who is watching, love it when I see your name pop up there. Just makes me smile. Downtown Murfreesboro. Snow. Obviously. Seems like that one is not working. But here is our Seagull camera looking toward Smyrna, Laverne. So we still have snow going on here. Jerry commented his thoughts on YouTube. I don't know if we're going to stay on the cold side or not. It doesn't really matter what the ground is in terms of, are we going to go from freezing rain to rain? If the upper air profile, if all the way down, well, let me put it to you this way. If we're at 33 degrees surface temperature, if we warm up to that point, it's going to be rain. But are we going to be able to tell between freezing rain and rain? The only way is to see if it's accumulating on the surfaces. We are seeing a little more of that banding here, just kind of showing what is ahead. Oh, while you're looking at that camera here real quick. Aha, there it is right there. This is in the Gateway area. Kind of a little frozen up too. Hope that's not going to be a problem today. Let's look at our composite radar here. So this is radar all over the United States, all put together. And this was kind of always going to be the case. Kind of where we're looking here, there is a bit of a lull. So it's kind of in two waves, is a better way to put that. Couple of waves. But I'm just wondering here, in Norman, Oklahoma, about 4 inches of snow there. They were always going to get a little more snow. Northern Mississippi, it's going to be bad enough here, I'm afraid, but gosh, where that ice storm warning is. Okay. This is radar the last little bit here. You can see the movement. Yeah, slowly but surely. Sleet, freezing rain. And you can kind of see, now I'm not getting my pen to work. That's aggravating. Oh, it'll work on that screen, but it won't on the screen that I need it to. Okay. Chattanooga area. Right down here. Rain. So that's where that warm nose is trying to evac through here, so. And it's still drawing. Okay. We'll let this roll along a little bit more here. But just wanted to kind of show you, this is the composite radar. It takes the radars from all around, puts everything together, right? Puts all the radars. The one in East Tennessee, the one in Memphis, down in High Top, down in the, I can't think right now, and up toward Hopkinsville. Puts all of those radars together and kind of gives you one composite look. And this is the single radar out of Nashville. One thing that I'm not seeing. It's that. So here you can tell this is our live radar as the sweep comes through and updates. I want to do a really, really close look here at Rutherford County. And can you see here? It just does not want to draw on that one. And that's the one I need it to draw on. Hold on a second. Sure won't. Well, we may have to restart that. Let me just do it this way. There's a drawing tool within this. Right down here. See some deeper blues, right? But what I'm curious to know is, because we had reports earlier down in Christiana, in the southeastern part of the county, is that some sleet was mixing in. So is that really heavier snow, or is that maybe some sleet mixing in down there? I don't know. Let's take this into back to snow in Christiana. Thanks for that, Brent. That is really helpful. See what our latest HRRR model shows that gives us some type of idea on what to expect. So it shows about the same at noon. This is showing by 1 o'clock, maybe more of a mixing in the southern end of the county. By 2 o'clock, only the Smyrna-Laverne area left in the snow, and by 3 o'clock, sleet or freezing rain. And then that's where we're going to stay for a while. And then our attention tonight will turn to this warm nose and how much trouble we've got with freezing rain, right? All right. Well, with that said, let's pull back some of the cameras up here, and we'll keep parsing around for information here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. All right. Did want to, let me go back here. Want to do that. Okay. Just saw this from Rutherford County Emergency Management Agency. So let me share this. It was on Facebook. Sorry. First responders are handling multiple weather-related accidents at this time. The public safety team would like to remind you to stay home during this severe winter weather. Murfreesboro Fire Rescue, Murfreesboro Police Department, Town of Smyrna Local Government, Rutherford County Sheriff's Office were all tagged in this. Okay. So our good friend Brent, viewer of the channel, says he has some folks in Normandy who can confirm freezing rain and 22 degrees there. So, yuck. But we knew this was going to happen. Let me see if National Weather Service is going to hold a briefing at 1 o'clock. And we may try to just, I don't know, we may carry that. I'm going to pull down some information from them and show it to you here. You give me a quick second. Let me go to another scene. So this is kind of a crude way to do it, but here we go. Probabilities for freezing rain and/or sleet continue to increase the further north and west, resulting in a shift of the heaviest snow chances as well. Overall chances for accumulating ice have increased west of the Cumberland Plateau, and confidence remains high in significant impacts from winter weather this weekend. So what to expect: a major winter storm, followed by very cold temperatures. Uncertainties remain on specific amounts. Temperatures will take a nosedive next week. Here's the watch warning advisory map, winter storm warning for us. This is an interesting timeline, and it has remained pretty consistent. But if you notice, it says high confidence in a high impact winter storm. That's one too many highs for me. High confidence in a, winter storm would have been okay, but or snow. But this morning, and we're approaching lunchtime here, light snow transitioning to freezing rain, sleet, mix in southern areas. Tonight, or afternoon, evening, light snow transitioning to mix. So this afternoon, we're going to make that transition. How quickly do we go from sleet to freezing rain? That's the real question. Tonight, freezing rain, sleet, mix, rain in the southern and eastern areas. So, and Futurecast does show that we're going to warm up just enough here at the surface for it to be rain. Wintry mix tomorrow afternoon. That was Saturday night through Sunday morning. Then Sunday afternoon, we're going to transition from a freezing rain to sleet, then to snow, and then the snow tapers off. Here is their snow amount map. Here we are. Second. It's really getting on my nerves that I can't draw here. And I have something that I would like to draw on. So restart my little switcher here and see if that comes back to help me. Of course not. Here is Rutherford County, so it's showing anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of snow. Northwest, Smyrna, Laverne area, maybe North Murfreesboro, kind of in that 2 to 3 swath. We are seeing significant impact travels already. Anywhere from a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice in this area that's got the kind of the light blue, turquoise, whatever you call it, circle there. That's concerning, but even outside of that, 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch, and a little shift here or there, I mean, it's too close to comfort. That much ice, 3/4 of an inch is trouble. And of course, this talks about single digit to below zero temperatures Monday morning and Tuesday morning. It's going to be very, very cold. Still some forecast uncertainties, the depth of the warm or cold air impacting the precip types here. I'm just kind of going through this pretty quick. And this is the Winter Storm Severity Index for travel. I think that might be updated, so I can show that to you here. It may take me just a second to find it. Nope, here we go. So this is today, and this shows moderate impacts, which we're already seeing. And this is by tomorrow, and we're seeing major impacts in the red and still moderate impacts here. This is that red here, that's the corridor of the heaviest freezing rain. And then we're still going to have winter weather in the area over the next couple of days. Go back to our composite look and really seeing the snow bands pick up here. Like Las Casas getting a pretty good amount. Here's our regular radar once again. Just looking for comments and looking for information here. See if anyone has passed along anything. This is from Laverne, Center Street, thanks to Kevin. Download this photo. Thanks for that, Kevin, and pop it up here. Not sure why it opened it up in that program, but hey, we'll take it. So that's of snowfall in Laverne. Thanks, Kevin, for sending that in. He sent that to me at rutherfordwx@gmail.com. rutherfordwx@gmail.com. Brent was asking about this freezing rain here in the Manchester area. I'm interested to find out. I do know someone down in that neck of the woods. See if I can get a reply back. All right, we'll see if I get a reply back from that. I hope it's not already transitioning. Just say that. Any more comments here to get to? Can hit us up in the comments. I can see in the chat. So I can confirm down in the Manchester area, sleet and some freezing rain at this point. So they've gone from snow to a sleet, freezing rain mixture. Talking with Josh, who is radio station owner down in that neck of the woods. So sleet, freezing rain down in nearby Manchester. Let's take a look at something here. Thanks to our friends from Middle Tennessee Electric. This is, I'm afraid, something that we're going to have to look at quite a bit. But look at this. Good news. In their whole Williamson, Rutherford, Cannon, Wilson County area, one outage. Let's pray it stays that way. Right? And a tour around some of our cameras. This is downtown Murfreesboro. So sure that hasn't frozen up. Can't really see anything falling. It was for a second. It's in the Siegel area, and you can see it is snowing pretty good. Some good pictures from Dalton here, and let me get these over to a spot where I can show them to you. If you want to send some photos to us, we'd love to see those. Great place to do that. Send them by email, or you can tag us in the social media. Now, it may take a little longer for me to get to those. Just because I'm monitoring the comments, but not necessarily the individual social medias, okay? Our view from the Rutherford County Courthouse, so snow still coming down in downtown Murfreesboro. Might be a good moment for us to take a look at some of the TDOT cameras. This is 24 at Elam Road. It's 24 at South Church Street. Shacklet Road. '24 at Highway 96. There's 24 at 840. And one more. Let's go north end, and that is Sam Ridley. Now, this is just me taking a quick glance at it, but it does look like maybe a little more snow up in that area. Here's Lee Victory. Um, could be about the same. All right, some pictures. So let me zip this over here. And this is from an area that's just near the South Rutherford Boulevard area, south end of town. I guess I should change it over to here, right? There we go. Looks like maybe an inch of snow or so there. Shot of the backyard as it would be, our front yard. There's city street. So we're seeing it definitely covered. And another view into the backyard as the snow is falling. So almost covered. And this again is in Murfreesboro, South Murfreesboro, and the South Rutherford Boulevard neck of the woods. And you're going to see this a little more and more too, by the way, where our precipitation radar is just going to have a hard time catching up on what's what. It's a good product, but it's not necessarily 100% true. So this between Blackman and Overall is maybe a little bit of mixing, but still snowing here in Rutherford County. We can see some of the heavier bands here in the south end of the county. Christiana, Eagleville, Rockvale. See those deeper blues. So a little bit of heavier snowfall. And I think we will get heavier snowfall before we then make that sleet transition. And it won't just happen instantaneously, we don't think. But we can tell you down here in Manchester, man, I'm missing my drawing tool. Down here in the Manchester area, I did confirm a report that we have sleet and freezing rain mix. Thanks, Bella. All snow in Kittrell now. Still got snow in Milton. But I think we're all going to see that transition to some sleet and then eventually to some freezing rain, maybe even likely to some rain tomorrow before the temperatures come crashing back down. Someone asking about Reading, Pennsylvania, and we don't cover that area. This is just for Rutherford County, Tennessee. So we can tell you what happens within the borders here. Thoughts on Coffee County? We just talked about Coffee County, so I think we've caught up with some of the comments. Well, let me gather a little more information here. Hang with us here on the Rutherford Weather Channel as we continue coming up on 12 o'clock. It's 11:53. We're going to, once we get some additional information, we're probably going to be doing some break-ins on radio as well, just to kind of keep that side of things updated. So hang with us here on the Rutherford Weather Channel, and that's going to be also a really good resource for you, just to remember if we get to a point where communication is going to be needed to spread the word further, you know, on more platforms, we're definitely going to be utilizing 101.9 in Murfreesboro, AM 1450 in Murfreesboro, and in the north end of the county, 100.5 for Smyrna Laverne, and keeping you updated there. But I'm showing pictures and radar and things like that. But I do believe folks need to know, again, that was from Rutherford County Emergency Management just a minute ago. And a lot of accidents being reported. I can also tell you all convenience centers closing immediately. That was from this morning, so they're closed. And the wording is, will close, all convenience centers will close immediately due to the winter storm. Okay. You see if I have any information from Smyrna outside of that. Talking about snow removal. And there's some more photos that I can try to pull from there, from the town of Smyrna. So nothing immediate. We're keeping an eye. Murfreesboro road crews are getting ready to go out. Looks like Mayor McFarland getting ready to jump in a truck. Hope he knows how to drive it. I think we're in good shape here in terms of updates. So hang tight. Rutherford Weather Channel continues our coverage. I'm going to give you a scene like this that shows some of our live cams here. Need to do a little work on this here for just a quick second. I had everything all fixed and ready to go, and then I had to do some adjusting on the fly. So there are the current conditions. What's going on here? Let's see if I can't. Well, we'll go with this. There we go. We're going to be looking for some additional information before I let you swing away. Just check one more deal here. No additional information from the National Weather Service. So hang tight here with us on the Rutherford Weather Channel. We will be keeping you updated on this winter storm. And again, we've got snow now, expecting a changeover this afternoon to some mixed precipitation and that dreaded freezing rain this evening. So that's when we really expect conditions to get worse than they are now in terms of on the roads and things of that nature. So stay with us. Rutherford Weather continues our coverage of Winter Storm 2026. Oh, I've got one little update here. The Kroger on Las Casas and Memorial have announced they will close early. Walmart as well. I have no way to confirm that news, but thanks for that comment on our YouTube stream. You can hit us up there. I feel like that's probably a good idea. Probably going to see more and more of that as we go along here. Convenience centers closed, as we've said, so public businesses probably closing. So keep that in mind. And we're going to keep an eye down here in Fosterville and Christiana to see if we're starting to see our changeover here, as well as we continue our coverage of the winter storm from Rutherford Weather. Did want to pass along this comment from the Eagleville area. It's our first report of some sleet in Rutherford County, so keep an eye on that as well. Show you a few pictures that have been sent in. I don't really have a good way to make these much bigger, but looks like snowfall around a stream there. Here is, don't know where this is, but this is showing a couple of inches. Got to be careful where we do these snowfall. It needs to be on a flat surface, you know. But that's a good close-up there of a couple of inches of snow. Some snow in the like a big pool deck area. And there's a shot of some of the road conditions. I can see the 102 street sign there, so that may be coming up on 102 or something like that. Here's a nice tranquil shot from neighborhood as the snow continues to fall. These are from WGNSradio.com. You can send photos there as well. Working to put all of those together. While I'm here, we do have some closings and cancellations. Now, this may be a little harder for you to see. Parks and Recreation, Senior Center in Murfreesboro, no Rutherford County Schools activities. Alvin C. York Medical Center closed today and Monday. A couple of the restaurants here in the area: Smyrna Parks Outdoor Adventure Center, Golf Course, Event Center, Mapleview Cemetery closed today. Tomorrow, First Presbyterian Church, no in-person, as well as New Vision Church, Battlefield and Buchanan campuses. So that is at WGNSradio.com. Snow Patrol closings, cancellations. That will be an ever-growing list today, tomorrow, Monday, it appears at this point. I can tell you Monday that MTSU will be on remote operations, so only essential personnel. That's Monday at MTSU. And Rutherford County offices will close on Monday. Let me see if we have any new information from the Weather Service. No. Just kind of continuing to watch as our snow will eventually transition to a sleet freezing rain. We know that it has down here in the Coffee County area. Looks like their freezing rain maybe with a little more sleet now. That's going to be a battle that happens for a while. We did get a report of some sleet mixing in Eagleville from one of our Facebook followers. I hesitate to put names out there. I just don't want to out folks, you know, especially Facebook, because that can be like actual names of people. But We do appreciate all of the reports as we continue to follow here. From Rutherford Weather, more of our reports will continue. And if you're liking the stream, share. We're going to stay on as long as we can and continue to feed information to you. And also, we'll be doing some reports on WGNS radio as well. 1.6 total accumulation in Nolensville, but they are transitioning to sleet. So that would kind of go alongside with that report of getting some sleet mixing in Eagleville as well. And something has piqued the interest of my dog. So here's Nolensville, and just over 1.5 inches and transitioning. To a little bit of sleet mixing in now. All right, hang tight. We'll continue keeping you updated here from Rutherford Weather. apologize for that. We're going to leave our camera shots going here. I did want to pull this up. This is from the Storm Prediction Center discussion about freezing rain. Freezing rain mixed with sleet expected to expand across parts of the Tennessee Valley, including southern Appalachian State this afternoon. The selected corridor for appreciable accretion appears to be north central Mississippi, northwest Alabama, and southeast Tennessee. So I've got this, so we're seeing a few areas. So this is going to be our corridor here early on. Send it to Mississippi, right? And this would be the southeast Tennessee corridor, expecting some appreciable accretion amounts. This area will expand not only the northeast, but also to include Rutherford County, which is right around here. All right, so it appears I need to shut down a few things. So let me do that, and we'll continue. May have to do a bit of a restart. We've been going almost 2 hours here. Hang tight. This is Rutherford Weather. Okay, I know we were having a little bit of difficulty a minute ago. Thanks for those who reached out to tell me about it. Seeing if a change that I made here makes a difference. Continuing to update you, watching snow continuing to fall. So Amanda was asking about the ice in Laverne or freezing rain. We'll take a look at all of that here in just a quick second. I think might offer us a good opportunity to kind of reset. I'm working toward getting us on radio to do updates there throughout the afternoon, and to also bring the National Weather Service briefing. Fingers crossed. I usually check in on that, but I think I'm going to try to just do that on the air so we can all hear what the National Weather Service's thinking is. So that's kind of the ideas we have for now here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Hang with us. We're going to continue to keep things rolling here throughout the afternoon. All right, friends. Got a bit of an update here for you. This is from our Siegel area cam, looking off toward Smyrna Laverne area. And what you see falling here is sleet. It is not snow. So let me kind of give you an area here. So right in here, we've got some sleet. So we are beginning to see that switch over from snow to sleet. And I can confirm that because I went outside and that's what I saw. So we are starting to see our radar pick up on some of that changeover here. That's what we've got southern end of the county. Sleet back toward Dixon. We had the changeover here in Nolensville reported a few minutes ago. Question about the rain forecast for Sunday morning. Do you expect that rain to refreeze or cause any melt? Well, when we're talking rain at like maybe 33 degrees. You know, maybe a bit warmer than that. We'll just have to see. If we can get into the upper 30s, 40s, we will see some of that. But it's only going to be for a short time that we have that warm nose. And then we're going to see everything come crashing back down in terms of the temperatures and in a hurry. Whatever high we get to tomorrow, we're going to go down to like single digits tomorrow night. So that's going to be the biggest part of our issue will be a whatever happens, you know, it'd be a flash freeze, right? That's going to be our latest. This is our short-term model that we like to use. It's called the HRRR. It's just kind of a high resolution. So this is showing, and it's 12:37, and this was showing a changeover between 12 and 1 o'clock, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Now, if you're in Smyrna Laverne, you may actually see still some snow, but that's going to quickly change. Here's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I guess it would help if you would actually be able to see that. My bad. Let me go back. So this is, it's kind of really hard. I don't know that you'll ever be able to see the timestamp, so that's why I say it. This is 1 o'clock. So this is showing that changeover, and that's kind of what we're seeing now. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. That maroon color is freezing rain. And look how long we're in the freezing rain. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now you see some green creeping up here. That green would be rain, which means that we've warmed above 32 degrees at the surface as well. Discounting what's happening above our head, that's why we're below freezing and seeing freezing rain, because above our head is warm. But this shows by 11 o'clock tonight and through midnight and 1 o'clock, and see how heavy this is? That's our warm nose. See how we have freezing rain on this side, but then here's our warm layer of air that is nosing up into this area because this is where the low pressure is tracking. But as it begins to pull off to the east, and that's kind of the last frame, as this continues to pull off to the north and east, it's going to bring all of this, which is snow, sleet, and freezing rain, it's going to bring this back through on the backside. So the answer to the question is the changeover. Yes, that has been well forecast, and so far things are well in terms of how the forecast is set up. But this is a long time of freezing rain. And some areas never get out of that freezing rain, and that's why we have that ice storm warning down Perry County and down into Mississippi and such. So this will cut down on our totals, but once we have this changeover, then all of the freezing rain, so the temperatures will win, okay? That cold high will continue to bring those cold temperatures, and that's going to win out, especially as that low pushes off to the east and takes that warm nose with it. So then we're going to go transition back the opposite way from freezing rain, then to sleet, then to snow on the backside. And all the while, our temperatures are going to be crashing. So got a snow report of about an inch. And that would be near Wade Road and Cutoff Road in Walter Hill. So about an inch. But here is the live current radar, and we're definitely seeing lots of mixing now. Amanda says, I hope we don't lose power. That is truth. That's all I know to say. It's truth. No active situations there at this point. This is a very cool tool from Middle Tennessee Electric. No active outages out of almost 340,000 customers total. We're going to be keeping a close eye on this. This is from Rutherford County Emergency Management. It's their road closure map. And even I'm having a hard time reading that. Hold on a second. This is Southeast Broad. Can't see the intersection. See if I see anything nearby that I recognize. So that's Glen Haven Drive. Something Trace, Peachtree, Park Trace maybe. But this is Southeast Broad, and that is closed. Oh, I see it now. Southeast Broad at Parkview Street. Extended motor vehicle accident. So that is one road closure that we're dealing with right now. So this is a handy dashboard to kind of keep us updated on road closures. It's really handy in flooding situations and all that we sometimes deal with. From the WGNS studios, looking downtown, and we're seeing maybe a few flakes fly there. Here at the Siegel area, still that sleet. And see how we see things falling, but it doesn't look like those big flakes. This looks like sleet in downtown too, maybe. Okay. So starting to see that changeover. We haven't done this in a minute. Take a tour of some of the TDOT cameras. And this is 24 at Lee Victory Parkway. Let's go down to Joe B. Jackson. So the roads right now are not snow covered, but we do have that ice moving in. So roads are something we are going to have to continue to keep an eye on here. And Rutherford County is getting harder and harder to see here. So let me try turning off the winter storm warning. We know that we've got a winter storm warning, so I turn that off. That way the pinks aren't flashing here. So I would think that maybe we have a mix going on here. Maybe still all snow here, but I kind of doubt it. I think probably all sleet and some pretty substantial sleet, maybe down toward Christiana. So if you've got any reports to share, you can hit us up in the chat. Going to go work and continue to set up a few more things here. We're going to try to get the thinking from the National Weather Service here in just a few as well. So hang tight here on Rutherford Weather. Well, a bit of breaking news. Rutherford County schools are going to be closed Monday and Tuesday because of the snow and ice and extremely cold temperatures. The central office closed at least on Monday. Custodians and maintenance will follow the same schedule as the central office, so they will not report Monday. And the central office, they'll decide on Monday about Tuesday's schedule and so on and so forth. But again, Rutherford County schools are closed Monday and Tuesday. All right. So just wanted to share that piece of information that came in about 16 minutes ago. As you hear my vicious dog playing with a chew toy. We'll continue to keep you updated right here on Rutherford Weather. All right, we are continuing to watch things here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Working to bring you information on, well, from the National Weather Service here in just a few. So that is kind of what we are working on here. So we invite you to stay tuned. We're also working to get these updates here on WGNS Radio as well. Continuing our coverage here from Rutherford Weather. Snow transitioning to sleet now over most of Rutherford County at this point. Again, a reminder about the news. Rutherford County schools closed Monday and Tuesday. Central office and all personnel Monday for sure. Central office, they're going to make a decision on that, and for maintenance and custodial staff sometime on the day on Monday. City schools, Murfreesboro City Schools closed Monday and Tuesday. ESP central office closed for Murfreesboro City Schools. So that just came in 5 minutes ago. And reassessing Monday about ESP and the central office. But school will be closed on Tuesday as well. City and county schools closed Monday and Tuesday in Murfreesboro. Okay, we are giving you some updates here on our wintry weather. We are following along with Rutherford Weather on RutherfordWX.com. Links to all of those platforms for all of the video. We're also on radio at 100.5 in Smyrna and 1019 AM 1450 in Murfreesboro. And we are hoping to join you here for a briefing from the National Weather Service here in just a couple of moments. And so we look for that here at just about any time. So it looks like I have audio. We're seeing our snow transition to sleet. So snow is about done. For those looking on the radar, you may see a few areas where it doesn't look like there's anything falling, and it may be very light, but we do think that it is
Good afternoon,
sleet.
everyone. My name is Brendan Shaper. I'm a meteorologist here with the National Weather Service in Nashville this afternoon. Just want to briefly remind everybody to mute their microphones and turn off their cameras. We'll go ahead and get this briefing started this afternoon. We've got ongoing wintry weather unfolding across much of the area this afternoon, with a transition of snow, sleet, and freezing rain already occurring. Looking at radar this afternoon, it's already starting to push into the Nashville metro area. Along and south of Interstate 40 is where we've seen the most reports of sleet and some freezing rain now, even in Lawrenceburg. Dangerous travel conditions will continue to unfold area-wide, as well as the potential for scattered power outages increasing as we go into the evening and into tonight. We expect the transition will continue to lift northward with a mix of freezing rain and liquid rain as we get into tonight and tomorrow, as some of those warmer mid-level temperatures start to spread north across Middle Tennessee. We're expecting these impacts from not only the wintry mix and the freezing rain to continue to increase as we go into tonight and tomorrow. But as we move into the latter part of Sunday and into next week, cold temperatures are going to stick around, which means we're going to see some of these impacts continue for several days. The changes from the last briefing we gave include an increasing confidence in a corridor of ice accumulation. And what we're seeing in the model guidance starting to line up, and also watching the trends on radar, is that from basically Perry and Wayne counties toward the northeast along I-40 and including the Nashville metro, that's a corridor we're watching for some of these higher accumulations of ice. So I'll show you the map here in just a moment. We've seen some of the sleet and freezing rain begin a little bit sooner this afternoon. So that means that will cut back on the snow totals across the north a little bit and increase the amount of sleet and slightly increase the amount of ice accumulation expected as well. As a result, dangerous to impossible travel will result tonight into tomorrow. And again, tree damage and scattered power outages are anticipated. No changes from the previous briefing with the configuration of our winter storm warnings, ice storm warnings across the southwest corner of Middle Tennessee. But we do expect, again, a heavy corridor of ice accumulation, basically from where that ice storm warning exists there on the screen across Waynesboro and portions of southwest Middle Tennessee, extending toward the Nashville metro area. The overall impacts, looking at the timeline, beginning tonight, or from now into tonight, snow transitions to sleet and freezing rain gradually from south to north. And tonight into tomorrow morning, we'll see most of that transition over to freezing rain, a sleet mix, and rain across the south and eastern portions of Middle Tennessee. So even the plateau, places like that, will get into some liquid rain at times as well. As we go into Sunday afternoon, that colder air arrives and wraps in on the backside of the system, and we'll resume snow and sleet transition then Sunday afternoon as things taper off Sunday night. And like I mentioned, cold weather is going to last into next week, which will prolong this high impact winter storm. Here's what we're looking at for the most likely snow forecast. Not a whole lot has changed here across the northwestern corner of Middle Tennessee, but we have reduced a little bit the chances of greater than 3 and 6 inches. Notice there the numbers are a little bit smaller in terms of probability north of I-40. So about a 40 to 70% chance of greater than 3 inches along and north of I-40. The highest snow accumulations will be where that sleet and freezing rain does not cut into those snow totals. So we're going to see snow transition to sleet and freezing rain through the day into tonight. But as long as that precipitation the potential for power outages and tree damage in those locations. This will be a prolonged freezing rain event as we go into tonight and tomorrow. The Winter Storm Severity Index just giving you an overall idea of what the impacts are expected. Today, as things unfold, moderate impacts are anticipated with closures to roadways, disruptions to infrastructure as well. And then as we get into tomorrow, that corridor of heaviest ice accumulation kind of highlighted here on the graphic that you see, with major impacts to travel, closures, and again, disruptions to infrastructure are possible, such as power outages and downed trees. Here's what we know, and here are still some of the remaining uncertainties. As with every winter storm, there is a line where the snow transitions over to sleet and freezing rain, and where that occurs and how fast it occurs will dictate where the heaviest ice and snow totals are going to end up. The track of the storm system also plays a role into that. So we will continue to monitor trends. We're kind of in the ongoing phase now, so we'll be monitoring radar trends as we go into tonight. Avoiding travel as road conditions worsen into tonight. Be prepared for possible power outages, and the sub-freezing temperatures that are going to last into next week won't really give us a chance to melt anything that's out there. So check on your folks and make sure everyone has adequate warm access to shelter. Speaking to next week, temperatures will struggle to climb across Middle Tennessee. Single digits to below zero temperatures are likely Monday and Tuesday morning. So for those without power, need to make sure that they get to a warm shelter because that can become a life-threatening situation. This period of several days of freezing to below freezing temperatures will occur for much of the area Monday through Friday next week. So in summary, we're starting to see the impacts of a high-impact winter storm across Middle Tennessee. We'll continue to see the transition from snow to sleet to freezing rain. We're already seeing that again based on what I'm looking at here. That line is starting to creep into the Nashville Metro and the I-40 corridor. So as we go into tonight, that freezing rain will become the predominant precipitation type over much of the area with some liquid rain across the southern eastern portions of the area. But again, dangerous travel conditions and scattered power outages remain a concern into the day on Sunday. We'll have updated briefing slides sent to you overnight in an email, but we are here for any questions you may have and appreciate your time.
This a weather briefing?
Hey, Andrew. Yeah,
National
just
Weather
to
Service?
answer a couple of the questions we're seeing in the chat here, I'll go through them. A question about the ice storm warning. It does not currently include the Nashville Metro because we are seeing still that transition zone between sleet and snow, sort of accounting for that transition as it takes place. So as of right now, that winter storm warning is what's in place for the Nashville Metro. That kind of covers the snow, sleet, and freezing rain transition.
Weather briefing again from the National Weather Service live.
Thanks for your reports as well. Reading some of your comments here. We'll continue to monitor trends as we go into the evening in terms of precipitation and Bree, you had a question about some drier air maybe moving into southern portions of the area. That's just something we're going to have to keep an eye on in the radar trends as we go into tonight. But as of right now, we're anticipating that kind of that heaviest narrow swath of ice accumulation is going to be right where that transition zone between freezing rain and liquid rain is, which is along the I-40 corridor and southwest toward Wayne County.
They should be updated.
The slides should be online for you. We'll double check Amber, but these should be updated as of now. Okay, with no further questions, we appreciate your time. Everybody stay safe out there. Thanks so much.
Okay, so you have been listening in to a briefing from the National Weather Service on today's winter weather and tomorrow's winter weather, and then the winter weather that continues on. You know what we're talking about, right? So not really a lot of change here from that. And I do want to show you, for those who are watching, we are also simulcasting coverage on WGNS radio. So for those of you who are out and about, this is, we've been working to make sure this happened at around this time to keep you updated on everything. And for those who are actually watching, you are seeing one of our live cameras driving through Murfreesboro. So let me pull that up full screen. And so what we're seeing here, there's a plow coming through right now. Not exactly 100% sure where this is. This looks like maybe along Southeast Broad Street, traveling toward downtown Murfreesboro. But looks like one lane has at least some traction through there, but snow and ice covered now. I see Mitchell Nielsen right there to the right. So this is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard as it goes through. So we'll continue to keep that on screen here in the corner for you. And there's our radar. And I did want to bring up those briefing slides just to kind of go through this information with you kind of concerning our area here in Rutherford County. So this is what was just presented by the National Weather Service in Nashville for all of Middle Tennessee. And snow transitioning to snow, sleet, freezing rain this afternoon. That's happening anywhere south of I-40. We're seeing that now. Dangerous travel conditions unfolding area-wide. Scattered power outages possible. Travel will remain dangerous to impossible in many locations through Sunday, with power outage potential increasing as ice accumulates. So when we start seeing that transition to freezing rain, that's when we need to be very careful. And there is increasing confidence in the area of greatest ice accumulation from Perry and Wayne counties northeast along I-40 to Nashville. And so on radar, this is, you can see Wayne County and Waynesboro and Linden. So this is kind of the corridor that we're talking about. This is the area of maybe just a little wider than that, but this is the area of greatest confidence of seeing that freezing rain continue here. Earlier onset of the sleet and freezing rain is happening this afternoon, and so that will slightly increase forecast ice accumulations. We're already seeing that sleet transition happened a little earlier than expected, and we're going to transition to freezing rain here this afternoon. If you've got any questions, you can hit us up on the chat right now. And I'll see that, and we'll try to answer those. This is the winter storm warning. A good timeline here. Now through the evening, the snow transitioning to a mix of sleet and freezing rain. We're further south than they were in Nashville, so but we've seen that transition to some sleet, at least at this point. Tonight into tomorrow morning, freezing rain, sleet mix, rain in the southern and eastern areas. So southern and eastern areas would be along the I-24 corridor south of Nashville. That's south and east, okay? And so what we're seeing with some of our future cast models is that there will be a transition to a period of rain, plain rain, during the overnight hours, possibly. Now, we've already seen a forecast change today. These are very dynamic situations, and we're talking about a change in a half a degree or two, okay? So that's part of the reason why it's just kind of a wait and see, and this is what's expected. But a change to plain rain could be something that helps us keep from those extensive amounts of freezing rain. So keep that in mind. But back to this slide, because, you know, tonight through tomorrow morning, rain, freezing rain, maybe just plain rain south and eastern areas of Middle Tennessee. And then tomorrow afternoon, colder air is going to win back the situation and push in from the northwest. And we're going to get a change in the wind direction, and that cold north wind comes in, and we're going to go from wherever we get to the high temperature tomorrow. We're going to be in the single digits by tomorrow evening. And as that colder air pushes in, we're going to see a change back from freezing rain, or maybe from rain to freezing rain, then to sleet, then to snow on the backside. Not expecting a ton of snow on the backside of that, but you better believe whatever is around during that point in time, it's going to stay, because we're going to be very, very cold. And Sunday night, lingering snow, ending from west to east, and then those bitter cold temperatures. The snowfall prediction, 1 to 2 inches throughout Rutherford County. The parts of the county were in that 2 to 3 swath, but we've had an earlier changeover, remember, so our snow totals have been changed from the official forecast from the National Weather Service. And now the 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice in this dotted area, and that was from, you know, looks like it includes parts of Robertson County, Davidson County, Cheatham, and to the southwest all the way down to Waynesboro, and down there, this is over an inch, maybe 1 1/4 to 1.5 inches of ice. So from this portion of the southwestern corner of Middle Tennessee down into North Mississippi is where it's just looking like a devastating ice storm, but bad enough here in our area. And I do want to, I don't know if it's going to let me zoom in there or not. Yeah, here we go. So here is Rutherford County, and the 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch has now encroached into parts of the county. So anywhere in this lighter shade of red that we're seeing on the map is 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 inch. Anywhere in this darker shade is anywhere from 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. So this does show that our freezing rain totals could be higher, and that is not the trend that we wanted to see. Also from this, you can see the warm nose here exactly. This is where the freezing rain totals will be lessened because of that warm nose, that changeover. And we're talking about in the county next door. So does that warm nose get into here? Hopefully so. I would take less ice and be done with it, right? If you had the possibility. But National Weather Service is kind of showing that that warm nose is going to kind of miss out on us. We may see a little brief changeover, but for the most part, we're going to have some substantial freezing rain possibilities. But just down to nearby Coffee County and down in Tullahoma, you can see the yellow areas are showing lighter freezing rain accumulation, and that's because they are going to have more rainfall when we change over during the overnight and through tomorrow. The impacts today, major or moderate impacts all across Middle Tennessee with hazardous driving conditions. Some major impacts as we get into the day tomorrow. Williamson County, Davidson County, and to the southwest, where we have that extensive area of freezing rain. And you can see that does clip parts of Rutherford County in this particular index. So moderate to major impacts. Major impacts would be considerable disruption to daily life, dangerous or impossible driving, avoid travel, and widespread closures and disruptions to infrastructure may occur. So I'm just kind of recapping from the National Weather Service briefing that we carried here just a second ago. What's uncertain? Where exactly the freezing rain and liquid line will set up. And that's going to make all the difference in the precip type. Now, I showed you the map a moment ago. Let me just kind of show right here is in the area where we saw that changeover to just plain rain was going to happen, according to the totals from the National Weather Service. You can see that that's south of the county. If it moves a little further north, maybe parts of Rutherford County get in on some plain rain. Now, our models are showing that, but are they too warm? It's just a model. We don't know that that's exactly what's going to happen. So that could leave parts of the county in freezing rain for the most part duration of this event. So we'll just have to see where all of that lines up. So that's one of the forecast uncertainties. And the track of the system, as well as the transitions, will directly impact snow and ice totals. Any questions, hit us up on chat with this. I'll take a look at those here in just a second. Single digit to below zero temperatures likely Monday and Tuesday morning. Rutherford County schools have already closed on Monday, Tuesday. So has the city system. So schools are closed. MTSU's doing remote learning. So all of that has already taken place because we're going to be below freezing until maybe Wednesday, and then only slightly above freezing. And if you look here at this graph, on Thursday and Friday, we're below freezing again during the daytime. So it's going to be tough to get this out of here. The headline from the National Weather Service, and when they put a headline out and it's all red, you better believe you need to pay attention. A high impact winter storm. Significant prolonged impacts is unfolding across Middle Tennessee. You go outside, you look, it's like, well, there's nothing falling. Oh, it's just a little bit of ice. But it's that freezing rain that we're going to transition to this afternoon that is going to be the issue that we deal with. Dangerous travel conditions already happening across Middle Tennessee. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. We have one of our live cameras that is out driving on the streets in Murfreesboro, and this is looks like Thompson Lane maybe, and we're seeing travel pretty decent through there, but this is only going to worsen as we go through the day for sure when that freezing rain starts. And you need to treat anything, even if you don't see snow cover on the streets, you need to treat this as ice. Because you just don't know. I mean, our road temperatures are going to be just a bit warmer, but it's going to stay cold today. And so, and especially when we get to nightfall, that's going to be pretty tough. All right, so let me pull us back here to our radar. We've got our camera there, and look for some of the questions. For those of you who are listening on radio, we're going to have as many updates as we need to here on air. We've got things worked out where as long as things stay like they are right now, I can push a button and we can come on radio. We'll keep continual coverage on our Rutherford Weather channel. So for those who are hearing this on radio, if you want to search up RutherfordWX.com, that website, and there are links to like YouTube, Facebook, X, And if you'll go there, you can watch the coverage. You can see the radar. It's not going to be me continually harping and talking. We are now because we're on radio as well to give you this update. But you kind of see and get updates on what's going on. Okay. So if you're listening on radio, check us out, RutherfordWX.com, and all of our social platforms, links to that. YouTube is great. Use your phone, use your computer, use your tablet, and all of that to be able to see. For those who are listening on or watching the Rutherford Weather Channel, if we have some types of disruptions or whatnot with video and the ability for that, we'll have radio as well. So we've got some ways to keep you informed and get you information on what's happening in Rutherford County. Now, there are a lot of places, a lot of good places to get information. But if you want specifics about Murfreesboro, Smyrna, Laverne, Christiana, Eagleville, all points in between, Milton, Walter Hill, that's what we're here to keep you updated on. Okay? So some of your questions. I've had just a few. If you want to hit us up in the comments, we'll get to those. Rain in the forecast Sunday. We've kind of talked a little bit about the rain and the refreeze. Even if we do change to rain, our temperatures are going to crash. And so and then it's going to freeze solid as a rock. How much for Laverne? In terms of, I think all of the county stands, we may have seen all the snow we're going to see. We could see some snow on the backside, but it's not going to be much. Maybe an inch on the backside. You know, we were in the 1 to 2 area from the National Weather Service, and that looks about right. We've got about an inch and a half, and now we've made that transition. The ice is the concern, and right now the ice forecast for Laverne, Smyrna, really kind of for this corridor here, maybe even down toward Barfield and Eagleville, that has increased to anywhere from 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. Elsewhere, it's not much better, 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. And I would think we would be on the higher side of that, being closest to this western half. And we're splitting hairs now. Okay. Any amount of freezing rain is bad. Over 1/4 inch of freezing rain. After that, you start having problems. So there you go. And that answers the question about ice. A good comment here about your devices. Here are your devices. Phone, and I'm not doing as well as I should, but I've got a little charger here right in front of me. Keep your devices charged. Keep them on charge. If you're watching, for instance, on your phone on YouTube or Facebook or X right now, keep your phones charged. You're going to want that if the power goes out. Get it at 100%. Keep it at 100%. Any other devices, if you've got iPads, any other electronics that you can charge up, go ahead and make sure those are charged now. In your emergency kit, you should always have a radio. Radio is a good thing to have. And I know in this electronic world, we have streams and audio streams, all kinds of places. And it's great when you have electricity. But if you don't, that's when it could be a problem. So that's why we've got, radio going and streaming going, and just a way to keep us through this impactful winter storm. Yes, Amanda said, so I should charge my power bank then? Absolutely. Charge your power bank. If you've got a power bank, that's great. Know where to get to your flashlights and that kind of thing. Keep your home all nice and tight in terms of doors closed. And if you've got rooms where you can cut the vents off and things like that, just to keep your home as warm as possible in case we do have some power issues here. So it looks like we have seen a transition in the southern half of the county to freezing rain right now. I'd be interested if you have any reports. We're going to take a camera tour here around the county. So from the WGNS studios, it looks like it could be sleet, freezing rain. It's really hard to tell. It's definitely not snow, but there is precipitation falling. just up the block here, the Rutherford County Courthouse. And we're starting to lose a little bit of vision from this camera because of the ice that has frozen onto the lens. Let's see here. I was getting a message. Let me do this and see if we can bring up an additional camera. I think we can. Here we go with a look from the Gateway area through, this looks like atop of Murfreesboro Medical Clinic, and looking back across the city. So parking lots are definitely covered. The side streets, very quiet in downtown, but we do see precip falling, and that is probably a mix right now of sleet and freezing rain. This is in the Siegel area, and still seeing that mixed precipitation fall. And let's start out in the I-24 Joe B. Jackson, looking at the TDOT cameras. We've got some clear paths of traffic, but the streets or the interstate there could definitely be snow covered. Here is further north, Lee Victory Parkway. Uh, 24 at 840. Very slow along 24 there. That's the overpass of 840 looking down onto 24. But it does not look like the snow is covering the lanes, but people being very cautious there. And here is the traffic camera 24 east of Highway 96. And we can see where some of the ice has frozen over on the lens. You could see it hit the lens there and freeze. So we're definitely seeing that freezing rain now. All right, so let's go back to radar, and it looks like from Murfreesboro areas to the south, we're seeing freezing rain. So that's Eagleville, Rockville, Christiana, Fosterville, out toward Bradyville, Reedyville. I would say you may have some mixing, but looks like we are making that transition to freezing rain here at this point. All right, seeing no further questions, let me remind you as well, if you would like to share photos, two places you can send those. You can send those to WGNS and look at WGNSradio.com for information on that, or you can send it to Rutherford Weather. We're going to put all of that together for you, okay? So we'll keep you updated. Snow Patrol closings, cancellations, information, we're updating that as quick as we can. You can imagine most things are closed today. Tomorrow, church services, First Presbyterian Church on North Spring at College will not have in-person worship. They will have a stream, as will New Vision Church, Battlefield, and Buchanan campuses, no in-person services. County schools are closed on Monday. City schools are closed Monday. Both city and county are closed Monday and Tuesday, and let me phrase it that way. The county central office, no school personnel report on Monday to city or county, no ESP for the city schools on Monday, and they'll make a determination on Monday about Tuesday. But we don't have to worry right now. We know city and county schools are closed Monday. All right. And with that, I think we are going to break away. We've been on here for a good half hour on WGNS Radio. Just a reminder that this is going to continue, and we'll continue to pop in and give updates on radio. We'll have continuing coverage on the Rutherford Weather Channel. If it comes to the point where we need to do continuous coverage on both, we will certainly do that as well. I don't see any additional questions, so hang with us here while we make the transition. And stay with WGNS Radio 100.5 in the Smyrna Laverne area, AM 1450, 1019 FM in the Murfreesboro area. We've got you covered here with the wintry precipitation that is falling, and we're expecting a pretty substantial ice storm here if you want to just get the forecast in one sentence. Expecting that changeover to continue here in the area and continue to keep us in the severe winter weather conditions here for a while, with very cold weather here for the first part of the week. And in fact, I mean, we're talking about just barely getting above freezing on Wednesday, a few degrees, and then back into the 20s for highs. So it's not going to be much better. All right. Hang with us. We'll make the transition, keeping you updated on WGNS Radio, but back to regular programming there. If you want to continue to follow, check out the Rutherford Weather channel at Ruco Weather on any of the social platforms. Okay. We have made our transition back from radio here. And going to take a breather, regroup, kind of see what's going on. Got our radar going here. We'll continue to loop it. And we'll give you the radar with a couple of our camera looks here. Not that camera look. I'm sure there's a better one to look at here. Hold on a second. There we go. It's with our sky cams. And like I said, we'll keep you updated here on Rutherford Weather. Stay with us. I want to thank Matt Aaron for sending this in here in the North Rutherford County area. Kind of in the Amityville area. I think this is, I can tell you exactly what it is as you see the video. This is Amityville Road, or going to the Amityville Road Market area. Slow travel in that road, all snow covered there. So we've seen the main roads like the interstate, some of the main roads in Murfreesboro, but this is what every other side road looks like. And this is a good representation of why it's probably not a good idea to travel if possible. I just did a refresh of chat here, so if you've got another question, go ahead and hit us up. This is a video that he took, another minute or so of this. This is in the Amityville Road area. Not necessarily Amityville Road, but very slow going. Appreciate Matt Aaron for sending that in. He is a broadcast engineer, so he sometimes doesn't have the option to not travel, and has to have the ability to do that. So there's the Amityville Road Market that we were speaking of. So a few people there, but you can see the traffic going by and pretty slowly. So people out in this wintry mess that is going on. So again, thanks to Matt for sending that. Back to radar, and if there were any areas that we weren't seeing rain, possibly freezing rain, could be some light sleet, but it looks like that lull is not going to continue for long, because from Murfreesboro downtown south and all points east and west, looks like freezing rain. Let's try a courthouse camera. Yeah, even more covered. There'll be a point where we won't be able to see anything, probably, as it'll be covered with freezing rain. I do know, because I installed this camera, it is under an eave, so hopefully it will keep it away. We do see some light precipitation continuing to fall here. And this is from atop WGNS radio, and that camera is icing over as well. So the freezing rain definitely making itself known here in the county. Back to the radar. Here's one question. Day one of the winter storm, we're dangerously low on Doritos. Well, may have to pace yourself there. More Doritos if we have another storm. Just add another bag or two. All right, continuing to watch things for you here on Rutherford Weather. All right. We are going to transition to another update here on radio. Pass along some information. Got some new videos in. You're seeing our drive cam going on here. Let me refresh myself on the area. This looks maybe like Northfield, not sure. So we're going to keep that up with all of our cameras and not that one. Hi again. There we go. Maybe we'll do something like this. During that time, let me get things ready here to make this switch over real quick. Trying to get all of my processes going. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors. All kinds of tabs open. Turn that off. So this radar here is the composite radar of all of the National Weather Service radars kind of put together. So we see that a lot of freezing rain still has to move through. All right, getting ready to transition to radio as well. Give you a pretty comprehensive update here. We do have some new information. Almost 2 o'clock. Got a long way to go. Got to pace ourselves here, don't we? Got any questions that you want me to answer? Now would be a good time to throw them into chat. Oh, no. Here we go. Bryan Barrett back with you as we continue our Rutherford weather coverage of the wintry storm that is rolling through here in Rutherford County. We have continuing coverage on the Rutherford Weather channel, by the way, if you want to take a look at that. Here is from earlier today. Murfreesboro Mayor Shane
Headed
McFarland.
out to Broad Street. Tony, the pro, he's originally from Chicago, so he said he's used to this. So roads are definitely not improving. I mean, you can see the amount of snow pushing across now. So
that was from earlier. The mayor out taking a ride with Murfreesboro Parks and Rec crews out there. Got several reports going on. We are at 23 degrees. Yeah, 23 degrees and freezing rain. I do want to show you this And we showed you the map earlier. This is just on Twitter where I can share it here real quick and easily. The freezing rain possibilities or probabilities now have definitely gone up. So Rutherford County, we're looking at anywhere from quarter of an inch. We may get saved in some parts of the county, but it looks like we're going to be on the upper end of that half an inch. So quarter of an inch to half an inch of ice would not be out of the question to get between a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch. Anything over a quarter of an inch of ice is going to begin to give us problems. So we got that in our briefing last hour. This is from the Storm Prediction Center, and it's a mesoscale discussion. And if you follow weather at all, you know that mesoscale discussion comes out, in severe weather, like severe thunderstorms and tornado watches and warnings and things, and they kind of update what's going on. Well, this is an area, freezing rain mixed with sleet expanding northeast through late afternoon, and of course, Rutherford County is in this area of freezing rain. And the red line that you see down toward Oxford and Tupelo and Coleman, that's kind of our freezing line there, I do believe. So interesting update that happened here in the last hour from the Storm Prediction Center. No other updates on the Twitterverse. Let me pull up this. This is the TDOT SmartWay camera system, and we've got some of the cameras that we can show, but there are lots of incidents along 24. So this is mile marker 75.8, disabled vehicle, been reported here. At 12:30, exit our mile marker 72.6, multi-vehicle crash reported. Eastbound left lane of 4 blocked, and the left shoulder blocked. So that is as you approach Blackman Road, past 840, before you get to Amelville Road. This is near Rocky Fork here, so mile marker 67.6, disabled vehicle. And just up the road at 67.2, a multi-vehicle crash, eastbound lane of 4 blocked, left shoulder blocked. And that takes us through the county at this point. So that is a resource that we'll continue to be looking at here as well. Got so many tabs open. So also had this that I want to show you. This is from Matt Aaron, who has been out taking a look at things.
We're coming up here to 840, and this is a normal hot spot for people to come and sled and have fun during the snow. It's been this way for many, many years. Of course, a lot of people from my neighborhood come up here and do this. And gonna try to jump up here and see what we can see, how the interstate's doing, and also see how the sledding looks. Quite interesting. The grass up there doesn't look as tall as I thought it would. 840 looks pretty darn clear considering. Let's actually move. Let's get up here a little bit further and see what we can see across the bridge. I think that would be more interesting than where I was.
So this is Matt Aaron taking us on a little tour. This is 840
right here. Jump out real quick and see how things look. So it looks like the interstate's moving pretty good. 840. We got a snow guy coming up.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Sledding area. Not a whole lot of snow there, though.
Wow.
Not a whole lot of snow to be sledding, but at least an attempt. Here comes a TDOT truck through. This was sent to me just minutes ago from Matt.
Well, there you have it, Brian. They're out there working hard trying to clear it. You can see he's still throwing salt down. Everybody out here is having fun. At least the ones that made it.
There we go. So appreciate that report from Matt Aaron here just a few minutes ago. Just saw some information from the National Weather Service, and now as far east as Cookeville, they have transitioned to sleet. So their transition to freezing rain will continue here as well. But most of southern Middle Tennessee from I-40 to the south has transitioned away from snow and to more freezing rain. I know that our composite radar shows that we still have the possibility of some snow here in Rutherford County, but I would dare say it may be mixing in with some sleet. But it looks like a freezing rain look at this point. Let me see here. Okay, so I think that is going to about do it for this report. Questions being sent in. We appreciate all the folks who were checking in. If you want to communicate with us, the easiest way to do that is find one of our Rutherford Weather channels, rutherfordwx.com, and there are links to all of the social platforms there, okay? And so pick your favorite, wherever you like to watch or consume video, and you'll see us there live. YouTube is great because you can see it on your phone, your tablet, your computer, television as well. We're going to continue to give updates on radio, WGNS on 1019, 100.5 Murfreesboro, 1019 AM 1450 Murfreesboro, 100.5 Smyrna Laverne area. And we'll continue to have periodic updates on radio as well. We've got all afternoon, no game interruptions or anything on radio, so we've got the ability to pop in whenever the conditions warrant. Just want to continue to give you updated ways to get information about what's going on here in Rutherford County. Okay, so with that, we do have snow patrol closings, cancellations. That information is being updated on WGNSradio.com. City schools closed Monday and Tuesday. Cities ESP in Murfreesboro is closed Monday. They'll make a decision Monday about Tuesday. County schools closed Monday and Tuesday. The central office also closed for Murfreesboro or Rutherford County schools on Monday, and they will make a decision on Monday about whether to open the central office as well on Tuesday. And any of the custodial staff, maintenance staff, they will work on the central office schedule. So I think all of that probably makes sense. We do have a growing list of churches who will not have services on Sunday. Those include in-person services, First Presbyterian and New Vision, and they will have streaming options available, both of those, but we'll continue to update that list. So just wanted to bring your attention to that as well. If you want to send in photos, you've got the ability to do that from WGNSradio.com, or you can send them in to Rutherford Weather, RutherfordWX@gmail.com. We'll get it here as well. So we're continuing to watch. This freezing rain is going to stay with us for a while. We can keep our fingers crossed that later on tonight that we may see a switch to just plain rain if we can get our temperatures to warm. But right now we're at 23 in Murfreesboro, 21 in Smyrna. So we've got a long way to go for that to happen. It's 25 down in Tullahoma, for instance, 28 degrees down in Winchester, and that's where we expect to see maybe this warm nose. So we're going to definitely continue to look for that. It's 31 down in Decatur, Alabama. So as that warm nose continues to move here into the middle Tennessee area, we think it may be more toward the plateau now, but our future radar and models are showing that it could creep in here to Rutherford County. We'll take it. Any amount of time that we can have plain rain is going to help us in this situation. So the forecast changes for this afternoon. They have kind of upped our chances of freezing rain accumulation. Could get up to a half an inch of accumulating precipitation. So that's one thing that we are going to keep a close eye on. Here is another, and that is the outage map from Middle Tennessee Electric. And right now, not seeing any problems. In fact, the outage map is showing 0 customers of their 359,096 in Williamson, Rutherford, Cannon, and Wilson counties, among others. So that's the total number of customers, and we hope that that's a trend that continues. Rutherford County Emergency Management Agency has a road closure dashboard and still showing just the one road closure. And I've forgotten which one that was, so let me pull that up here real quick. And it is Southeast Broad Street at Parkview Street. This was reopened at 12:49, so I'm assuming that that is still there here at 2:13. It has not been cleared from the dashboard. All right, well, that's the very latest. We're going to transition back on radio to regular programming. Again, we will break in with any information that is pertinent. We'll give you continual updates throughout the afternoon on WGNS Radio. Again, 1019, 100.5, and AM 1450, covering all of Rutherford County. We'll have continuing coverage on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Just search for Ruco Weather or go to rutherfordwx.com to find us there. Back to regular programming on WGNS. Stay with us. I'm Bryan Barrett. We continue to follow the winter storm impacting Rutherford County and continual updates as we go through the afternoon. All right, we are clear from radio, and give you a look at radar with the cameras. Wrong scene. Radar with cameras. That's the one I wanted. And we're continuing to watch things. Hit us up in the chat if you've got any questions, and we'll continue to watch the storm as it progresses here from Rutherford Weather. All right, friends, thanks for hanging in with us here on Rutherford Weather. Just working on getting an update ready and kind of developed a bit of a plan here for kind of how we're going to handle some of the updates. And I think it's going to be the easiest way to do this. Just looking at some information. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to try and also tell everyone that we're going to do updates on radio at the top of the hour for however long that takes. So we're kind of working on trying to put that plan together here. Very complicated forecast for sure. I did take a peek outside too here at the hacienda, and we have sleet and heavy sleet right now falling. So let's keep it sleet as long as possible. But I am seeing freezing rain with sleet southwest of town. Sleet with freezing rain from Brent. He's kind of in that same southwestern area. So I think we're eventually going to see that. Lots and lots of this still to go. We've got this batch. Then you've got what's in Oklahoma that's got to come through. And then you've got what's back behind this low back in Arizona. So all of that still has to make its way in. Still hanging at 23, it looks like, too. All right. Getting ready to do this update here. National Weather Service forecast has us at 37 tomorrow as a high, which would be nice. Refresh the chat. This out of the way. Okay, whoops. close to the top of the hour. If you're with us wherever you are, hit us up on the chat and let me know like where you are and what type of precip is falling. Be good to know. Or would be good to know. Definitely got a mixed bag for sure right now. Back with you here on WGNS and the Rutherford Weather Channel. We're continuing to follow the winter storm, giving you some updates on information that we can here right now. Kind of looking at our radar in like regular precipitation mode, how hard it's raining, and moderate precipitation falling, we'll call it. And then as we take a look at that in terms of precipitation type, we're seeing freezing rain in the southern end of the county from, just south of downtown Murfreesboro, maybe up through the rest of the county, sleet right now. So near Siegel High School, I can report sleet. Okay. And at a moderate clip. Others, Christiana, sleet and freezing rain, so a mixture down in that neck of the woods. Nikki tells us in Smyrna we're seeing sleet. Also, someone, Jay, we'll call you. Seriously, rain later tonight into Sunday. Going to wash away. Washing away is not going to be much of an option. We definitely can and might get some rain. All right. Well, but that rain, we're going to have crashing temperatures tomorrow afternoon and evening. And if we can get above freezing, let's say 35, 36 degrees, it's not going to be there long. And then we're going to be 11 tomorrow night. It's going to feel like 1. And then it's just going to get worse from there. So not going to be great. But still seeing sleet, some mixing with freezing rain. Looks like down toward Bedford County, which is just south of us, and southwest in Lewisburg and Columbia. We've had the transition to freezing rain in those areas. We are seeing some of the freezing rain collect on lenses. This is from downtown Murfreesboro, from WGNS, looking off to the north and east, and it looks like sleet falling from there as well. On the other side, from the county courthouse, looking off into the north and west, we're seeing sleet falling as well. Did want to take a look at the TDOT SmartWay cameras, and we'll take a look at the cameras. One incident that is still ongoing at mile marker 67.6, a disabled vehicle still reported there, but all of the other situations have been taken care of here in Rutherford County on the interstates. As we look at the Middle Tennessee electric outage map, we've been at 0 the entire time, but now we've got one outage reporting affecting one customer in Wilson County. So that's the only report that we have for you there. And the road closure map, still have the road closure that we've reported to you. And that was the one at Southeast Broad at Parkview Street. It has still not been updated. So not 100% sure that it's there, but this particular road closure dashboard tells us that from Rutherford County Emergency Management. So as you can see, a mixed bag here in Rutherford County. Looks like 2/3 of the county experiencing sleet and freezing rain mixed in south of town. It's not a heavy rain, according to Brent. And you make a good point there. The heavier the freezing rain that we get, the less that it's going to stack up in terms of on power lines and trees and things of that nature. So a slower type of, or even a steady freezing rain does allow that layer to just build and build and build. If it's heavy, it just doesn't have time to freeze on contact. So we'll see how all of that works out. The National Weather Service did update their projections for freezing rain and such here in our area. Maybe up to a half an inch, possibly more. So something that we're definitely keeping an eye on. Just wanted to pop in and give you an update. I would like to caution for those who are saying, you know, well, where's all of this and all of that? That we're just at the start of this event. It's going to continue through the overnight and through the day tomorrow, and then we're going to have brutally cold temperatures after that. So keep that in mind. There was a particular map, but I can't seem to find it here. So let me just remind you, any closings, cancellations, despite what we get, it, like I said, it's going to be cold next week, first part of the week, actually pretty much all week. But Rutherford County and Murfreesboro City schools are closed on Monday and Tuesday. MTSU, remote operations on Monday. Rutherford County governmental offices are closed on Monday as well, and all the public meetings canceled and such. Some church services, closings, or changes, we've got that all at WGNSradio.com for you to take a look at. And adding photos and things of that nature to everything that we've got. So that is our brief update here for you. The one point that I want to leave you with is the fact that it is 3 o'clock now. We've got, just a little over an hour before the temperatures will definitely fall, because we're going to lose. I mean, the sun's going to set, right? So when that takes place, that's when conditions on the roads are going to get worse and worse. Not that there's a ton of travel out there, but there's enough. So these next several hours are going to be crucial. If you have to go out, now would be the best time to be able to do that. And that would be if you have to, because the roads are a little on the rough side. And my point is about all of that, it's going to continue to kind of go downhill on us for that particular reason, just because it is going to be dark and then kind of hard to see things. There's the map that I was looking at. This is one of the models that we do take a look at here, and this is kind of the one of the newer ice totals that we're seeing, and we've got places that are seeing up to and over maybe an inch of ice just to the west. So to the west of Murray County, maybe up into Williamson County. It's got 0.94 for Rutherford County on this particular model, which is the HRRR. That's a lot of ice. Remember, anything over 1/4 of an inch is trouble. I did hear somebody else make a very good point that issues that we are going to have from this storm, ice storm, if we are talking about, electrical issues, things of that nature, those are going to be coming tonight and during the overnight. And tomorrow we might have that brief warm up before quickly crashing back down, a little burst of snow on the backside as the system moves on out and the temperatures plummet. So many of our issues will come as we continue on. So don't think the winter storm is over. You look outside. I mean, this is all kind of part of the forecast that we were expecting. The only thing is we saw a little bit of a changeover quicker than we thought. And so maybe more sleet, hopefully more sleet than freezing rain. But the forecast trends are for more ice as we go along. So just this reminder for those listening on radio, 1019 and 1450 in Murfreesboro, 100.5 in the Smyrna-Laverne area. We're going to continue our updates and going to try to do these hourly at the top of the hour. It's 3:10 now. So the plan is just to kind of continue these at the top of every hour. We'll, of course, have more updates as they warrant. If we need to break in to pass along some information, we're certainly going to do that. But just kind of regular updates on radio, we'll do these at the top of the hour throughout the evening. So hang with us there. We're going to get you back to regular programming on WGNS. And if you want to continue to watch the weather, you can actually see the radar. Take a look at some of our live cams and all. We've got the Rutherford Weather channel going on YouTube, Facebook, X, at Ruco Weather, or just go to rutherfordwx.com, and you can see the links to those social platforms. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications as we keep you updated on Winter Storm 2026. I'm Bryan Barrett. All right. Clear from radio. And Jay, you're right. There is a forecast of rain. That is certain, and that has been modeled and forecast. This is South Church Street going up onto the square. And this sleet is starting to accumulate a little bit. The street didn't look like this maybe 30 minutes ago. Here's a look in the Siegel area. You can see it's still falling. All right. With that, we're going to continue to look for any information. We'll pass it along to you as we continue our coverage here on Rutherford Weather, rutherfordwx.com. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications. That way you're always updated. But we're going to hang in here with this live stream for a bit here from Rutherford Weather. I will remind you, this is pretty heavy sleet that's coming down, and we are getting reports kind of in the Fosterville area down toward Christiana of transitioning over to this freezing rain and coming down at a pretty good clip. And down in Lawrenceburg, they're starting to get ice accumulations on the trees and things of that nature. And so that's as this continues to move up this way from the southwest, it's going to bring that heavy freezing rain. See how this sleet line is trying to retreat northward? That's this push that's going to bring the freezing rain in. And when I tell you it doesn't take much freezing rain to cause problems, I think we're just going to have to tell you to wait and see, because it looks like it's definitely going to be one of those things that is on the way here. If you want to hit us up in chat, tell us what is happening in your neck of the woods. Go ahead and do that. We'd love to hear from you. Got to thank our ham radio operators and those folks out there who do a great job of also relaying information to the National Weather Service. We did have a bit of a lull. It wasn't no precipitation, but it was lighter precipitation, but that heavier precip now kind of making its way into the area. I'll let Tom get away from me. So hold on here. Was looking at lots of different things. Going to get ready to do an update. This will be on radio as well, but there was one thing I also forgot to do. I got to looking at some of the model data. This is a video in Smyrna as the salt truck got an escort. That's right there over the bridge at Nissan, I'm almost certain. Traveled it many a time. Get this going here in just a second. Well, good evening. It's just after 4. Bryan Barrett from the Rutherford Weather Center as we update you on the wintry weather that is continuing. I took a look at some of the reports that we were getting in, and we're definitely in that transition phase away from sleet and to more freezing rain. And we're seeing that over a good part of the county from best I can tell. If you've got any reports, you want to hit us up on the, if you're watching on Rutherford Weather, wherever you are, just leave us a comment and we'll be able to see those comments and get your report. Still 23 degrees in Murfreesboro. It's 21 degrees in Smyrna. And so you're saying, well, why do we have freezing rain or sleet if it's 23 degrees or 21 degrees? The air just above our head, a few thousand feet above our head, is a bit warmer. Warm enough as those snowflakes fall from really high in the sky. They go through an area where they melt into a plain raindrop. And if it's sleet, just enough time to refreeze to fall as an ice pellet. Or if it hits the ground as rain, that's freezing rain. That doesn't mean it's super cooled rain. It's just regular rain. But at the surface, it's 23 degrees, like in Murfreesboro, or 21 in Smyrna. And as it comes through, falls as snow through that warm layer and does not have enough time to refreeze before hitting the surface. And then it just immediately freezes on contact. Well, that's what we're beginning to see quite a bit of now. And this was always going to be the time, Saturday evening into the overnight, that we had our highest chances of accumulating freezing rain. So, and now that we're at 4:04, we're getting later in the day. We're going to lose, well, the sun will set, even though we haven't seen it all day, and then take us into our dark hours here during the evening and overnight. And that is when we're going to have more rain continuing to fall. And I'm looking at the radar, and we have a continual push from the southwest of plenty of moisture that is going to continue to make its way on in. So I don't think that is going to be part of our problem. I pull up the composite of radars, and it's freezing rain all the way down into Mississippi, northern Mississippi, the northern half. So that is not going to be quite an issue for us. The forecast is for a quarter of an inch to up to a half an inch of ice. That's a lot of ice. One thing I did want to do real quick, and thanks to Rick Hall, he is on WGNS on Tuesdays with Wayne Blair and does the Roundtable program where we focus on Smyrna issues mainly on that program. He was in Smyrna. This is Nissan Drive that we're looking at a video where the salt truck has police escort, which is nice to have as they are continuing to salt the bridges there. So appreciate that update from Rick, kind of keeping us updated on what's happening in the northern half of the county. I did go out and see what type of precip was falling right before doing this update, and it's freezing rain here in the Siegel area of Murfreesboro. We have a camera there kind of showing, and you can see occasionally these blips come down, and I mean, those are raindrops. The rain will increase in intensity as well as we go through the evening. From the WGNS studios, looking to the northeast, we're seeing in downtown freezing rain. And looking to the northwest, we've almost lost the county courthouse camera just because it's covered with ice. There was one incident that I wanted to show you in Smyrna. This is I-24 east of Sam Ridley Parkway. There's a car pulled off and a Tennessee state trooper off on the shoulder, but it's very close to that far right lane. And there was another shot, maybe that one was the one. It also had a semi-truck that was pulled over to the side of the street. I have taken a look at some of the reports on the TDOT SmartWay camera, and there's only that one disabled vehicle report there that I just showed you. Well, there's another. Mile marker 76. So that is in Murfreesboro between 840 and Medical Center Parkway. See if I can pull that camera up and take a look and see if there's anything there. One at 840 is the only one that I can take a look at. It's not causing any traffic backups, and there's just not a whole lot of traffic for a Saturday evening after 4 o'clock for sure. As we take a look at the outage map from Middle Tennessee Electric, the outages that are being reported, there are 2 scattered outages, one in Williamson County, one in Wilson County. So Rutherford County, we're in decent shape here. All right. And our road closing map, no road closings. So that is a change that we've got as well. So that is good news. They have cleared that one on Southeast Broad Street that we were watching from earlier. So our live radar right now showing freezing rain mainly between Murfreesboro and Smyrna southward. Maybe some sleet mixing in that in the northern end of the county from really, Florence and Las Casas, Walter Hill to the north. Maybe seeing a little more in the way of sleet, but it's slowly transitioning. Going to take a look at the latest long-term model here, and it gives us an idea on freezing rain accumulations. I'm going to take it to about right there, which would be 8 p.m. tomorrow, and it shows here in Rutherford County, anywhere from 1/4 of an inch. There's A little bit more than that showing up in areas like Rockvale and Overall and Eagleville. Maybe 3/10 of an inch. Picking up on some pockets of maybe 1/2 inch in Blackman and Amellville. And unfortunately, in the north end of the county, it's picking up over 1/2 inch of ice accumulations possible. Showing in Laverne, maybe 0.85. So the northwestern corner of the county, Smyrna, Laverne included, could get more in terms of freezing rain. I mean, it's showing getting up into Forest Hills and South Nashville over 1 inch in those areas, just like back towards Savannah and Henderson and Lexington, where we have that ice storm warning, or where we had mentioned to you. Now, there are some models that show even greater amounts in Rutherford County. But I will show you that even if we do get warm enough to change over our freezing rain to regular rain, we're still only going to be, 33 degrees? And we've been in the 20s. We'll go down into the teens maybe, but anything that falls, the trees, the surfaces, they're all at a temperature that's still cold. So even if, I mean, it's falling as rain, freezing rain is rain, right? And it just freezes on contact. When it becomes, the difference between freezing rain and rain is the fact that when it hits the surface, it doesn't freeze. Even at 33 degrees doesn't mean it magically turns off the spigot. Do you understand what I'm trying to say there? So, this evening and overnight into the early morning hours tomorrow is what we're really going to have to pay close attention to. And again, as I mentioned, we're just going to lose our sunlight here pretty quick. And if you have to be out on the roads, if you just have to be out anytime after dark, you're going to have to take it really, really carefully out there. So that's just some of our ice accumulations. I will show you what Futurecast is kind of picking up on in terms of our precipitation types. And let me get it to the current time. Here's 4 o'clock, and it's had a pretty good handle on that. Maybe some sleet mixing in the northern end of the county, but most of the county in freezing rain. This was about the time we figured that this could happen. Maybe a little waffling back and forth, but here's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Freezing rain continues. And even by 10 and 11 o'clock, we see maybe just plain rain, but it's all going to depend on the temperatures. And if that warm nose moves a little further to the east or further to the west, whether we actually do gradually warm during the overnight, and if we warm enough to warm up the surface above freezing. I see some comments asking, well, there are people talking about, well, this isn't so bad. We haven't gone through what we thought would be our toughest part yet. So kind of keep that in mind. And I'm not going to complain if we do warm up enough that it doesn't accumulate this freezing rain. So when you're talking about a fraction of a degree and, a low pressure system that moves 10 miles further west than east, or 10 miles further east than west, we're dealing with nuances here. So all of that aside, the other questions are, is this going to be like 1994, the ice storm we had then? If you remember, it was a pretty rough storm in terms of ice. No one storm is the same. We've made a lot of improvements since 1994. Bet you didn't have a cell phone back then. You do now, right? So I think we've made some infrastructure improvements in that regard. I do know Middle Tennessee Electric has been really good about tree trimming, and it's those limbs that are over the tree limbs that are over power lines that, fall, and then that causes the power line to also then fall, and then there's your problem. So with that said, hopefully we're in much better shape than that. MTE has resources at the ready. They're ready to go to work, and we'll just kind of keep an eye on that. But this does show that warm nose warming us up just a little bit during the early morning hours. But still that freezing rain hanging on in the northwestern corner of the county. So that's how close things are. But by tomorrow afternoon, say around between 12 and 1 o'clock, we'll transition to more freezing rain throughout the county then, and then we'll have some off and on snow showers as the temperatures just tank after that. And so definitely anything that falls after, 2, 3 o'clock or so is going to stick. All right. So we've given you an update. Roads slick. Not going to get any better during the overnight hours. That is for sure. Let me pull this over and show this to you. This is giving us an idea of the amount of freezing rain that we could have. And here is Rutherford County. So this is also from the HRRR model. So it's kind of showing what we were showing you, expecting to see possibly the most accumulating ice, but still the entire county. Well, we're in line for what we have been expecting, an all-out ice storm. Okay. So with that said, I think that is about all of the update information I can pass along to you. We do have closings, cancellations, all in one place on the website, wgnsradio.com, that you can check out. We'll be adding to that. City and county schools are closed on Monday and Tuesday. MTSU remote operations on Monday. Rutherford County government classes are, it's been a long day. Rutherford County government offices are closed on Monday. All public meetings canceled. So we've got that going as well. So we'll continue. We're going to continue with our hourly updates here on WGNS Radio. And we have continuous coverage on the Rutherford Weather channel that you can watch at Ruco Weather on social platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and X. RutherfordWX.com, a good place for you to go. And you'll be able to click on your favorite social media platform and find us right there. But that's going to do it for this report, and back to regular programming on WGNS Radio. And don't forget, you can listen in 100.5 in Smyrna, Laverne, 1019 AM 1450 in the Murfreesboro area. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back with more. And stay with Rutherford Weather and WGNS as we continue to keep you updated during the winter storm. Okay, clear on radio. You've got any questions, comments? You can try us on chat here. Haven't seen any come across lately, and got a pretty steady stream, so I don't know if they're coming across, but I think they are. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's all the comments going there. All right. Could be a few of you taking a break, which is all good too. But we're definitely going to be continuing to keep an eye on things here. Freezing rain now all over the entire Rutherford County area, it looks like. Composite radar showing the same. And let me show you what's going on down here, too. See these deeper reds? Lawrenceburg and Waynesboro. Rains are definitely going to pick up. Keep that in mind, too. All right, we're continuing to watch the weather here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. If you've got friends, family you know that live in Rutherford County and they're interested in the weather, or you want them to keep up with what's going on and get continual updates, be sure to share the channel where you're listening or watching Rutherford Weather, and we'll continue to keep folks updated here. So stay with us as we continue to watch Winter Storm 2026. Hey, Josh, I just saw your comment. I just kind of went over that changeover terrain. I mean, I honestly think when we talk about changeover, we're kind of splitting hairs here because I don't know that we're going to get warm, you know? And the surface is what needs to warm up, and we've been in the low 20s all day today. So that's the surface that needs to warm up for that to, because it's rain that's falling now, if that makes sense. So it's the surface that needs to warm up to the point where we have freezing rain. It freezes on contact. So those surfaces that it's coming into contact with, they need to warm up. So are we going to see that warm nose? I don't think there's any question. How does it fully impact our area? I don't know that we're going to know that until we go through that time frame. But the ice accumulation totals have gone up today from the National Weather Service. And I'm telling you, anywhere from a quarter to a half an inch of ice, and we're right in the upper end of that. And some parts of the county are way over that, especially in that corridor from Smyrna, Laverne, Amityville, Blackman, according to the latest model run. That's a lot of ice. I mean, a lot. Doesn't sound like a lot when you talk about a quarter of an inch, but we're talking about that on a power line. And that adds 1,000 pounds. A half inch would be 1,000 pounds on one span of electrical line. So just the weight of that weight on the trees. So certainly something that we need to continue to watch. But thanks for the question, Josh. And thanks for watching the Rutherford Weather Channel. All right, everybody. Hope we're all hanging in. Definitely got some decent light freezing rain continuing. Looks like out toward Blackman, maybe some, maybe even steady rainfall. Stop the loop here. See the darker colors here coming in. I don't think in these areas that we're not seeing any returns that it's not raining. I just think it may be a light drizzle. Getting ready to do our break-in here on radio. Talk over a few things. And a light glaze surfaces out there. So look at the deposit. All right. Peace out the way. Bryan Barrett with you as we cross over the 5 o'clock time frame here, and we're ready to give you another update here from Rutherford Weather. We're continuing to see light freezing rain, light to moderate freezing rain, we're going to call it, fall here in Rutherford County. Give me one quick second. I was hearing myself coming from the other room, and it was driving me insane. So here we go. As I was mentioning, light to maybe even sometimes a steady rain falling, and that's rain that's falling onto a freezing surface. It's 23 in Murfreesboro. It's 21 in Smyrna. That has been pretty consistent. As we are looking all around Middle Tennessee, there are even some heavier pockets of maybe even would call moderate rainfall southwest coming out of Williamson County and Murray County and making its way here. So I would think here in the next hour we're going to have some pretty moderate freezing rain continuing to fall. Did check outside here at my place, and just within the last hour, I go out right before we do reports here on the radio and just kind of see what's happening. And in the last hour, we've gotten a light glaze on surfaces like the mailbox, trees, sidewalks, snow, and sleet that fell earlier, now very crunchy. And it's because there's a thin layer of ice on that. And that is what is going to continue to accumulate. And it's doing so very lightly. And honestly, the lighter to moderate rain, that is going to actually adhere to those surfaces and limbs and trees and power lines and anything better than if it was falling at a fast rate. Okay. So we're hoping that we can get a little bit of a warm up to warm us up during the overnight. And that seems weird, but it's going to be later, like really late tonight in the early morning hours of Sunday, a brief warm up in the lower levels to where our temperatures could be in the low 30s and maybe even mid 30s. I don't know if that's going to make it or not, but it's a warm nose of air aloft that will kind of warm us up. That warm nose of air aloft is what has taken our snow to sleet and then our sleet to freezing rain. But down in North Alabama, just north of Huntsville, the temperature is 31 degrees, 32 degrees coming in Winchester, down in Franklin County here in Middle Tennessee. You may know where that is. This is the area where we expect that warm nose to come in and maybe warm the temperatures up into the low 30s. How far east does that go? How far north and east does that go? That is the real question. Is it enough to get it into Rutherford County? Is it enough before we get some of the worst of the icing, which is going to be happening anytime between now and during the overnight? Right now, coming out of Wayne County, Lawrence County, moving on up into Murray County, then to Williamson, then finally to Rutherford, are some moderate rainfall rates. I mean, some of the highest returns that we've seen coming in from that neck of the woods. And so that's what is going to continue to happen during the evening and overnight. Travel is going to be pretty tough out there. In fact, if we look at one of our cameras from the Rutherford County Courthouse, it is completely obscured now by ice. You can barely make out the outline of the Rutherford County Courthouse. In the Siegel area, we've got kind of the camera under an awning, and so you can still see, it's hard to even see how light it is in terms of the rain, but it is definitely falling and accumulating there. The camera at WGNS now has some freezing rain specks on it, but we can see the road surface, and there are some driving lanes, but it's still pretty slick out there. Taking a look at some of the TDOT cameras around Rutherford County, and this is 24 at 8:40. A little more traffic than we've noticed, and it may be that folks are thinking, well, if this is it, why don't we venture out? And it doesn't take much ice. This glaze of ice, if you're not careful, is enough to do some slipping and sliding. So Interstate 24 east of 96, and we're starting to see some of that ice or freezing rain, if you will, freeze onto the lenses of that camera. 840 at Shacklet Road, pretty quiet right there. And you have your driving lanes, but still fairly ice covered, it would seem. Let's go 24 at Elam Road. Pretty light traffic, but still some driving lanes in that particular area. So as we maybe take a look at the Gateway area downtown from the middle, our MMC camera, pretty tranquil and quiet in the Medical Center Parkway area. But we do see all those side streets, and the parking lots are pretty treacherous. Okay. So that's kind of a tour around some of the cameras and just gathering some information. Middle Tennessee Electric. Let me pull up their map where I can work with it here. And we do have one power outage in Rutherford County. Let me pull this where I can actually see it. 59 customers affected by this. The time that it should be completely taken care of looks like 6:45. And this is near the university. Let's see if I can squeeze in a little tighter. Bell Street near the Evergreen Cemetery. So just down from the corner of North Highland and Bell Street before you get to Middle Tennessee Boulevard. So that is in the downtown Murfreesboro area, and that is one power outage affecting 59 customers. So that's what we have so far right now from Middle Tennessee Electric and the outage map there. Did want to take a look at the road closure map to see if we have any updates, and nothing out there in terms of road closings at this point. We do have some closings on our website. The Snow Patrol report is up for you to take a look at. I see Murfreesboro Fire Marshal Joshua Sanders sent this in to the National Weather Service. Let me show you this. So reporting some accumulation south Murfreesboro in the Christiana area, a glazing on surfaces and roadways is beginning. So this is kind of what we thought was going to happen, is once we lost our, once the sun set and the heavier precipitation moves in, it's going to be all freezing rain here for a number of hours. And so there's a glaze on everything. And that is only going to continue to worsen. So that was sent in again to the National Weather Service from Rutherford County Fire Marshal Joshua Sanders. So appreciate that report there as well. And we're getting reports, numerous reports down in the Lawrenceburg area of icing. And again, that's what we're expecting here in our area. This is what it looks like. Right now, we can see in Lawrenceburg, do have light rain continuing to fall there. But someone just posted a photo, looks like of about maybe 1/8 of an inch of ice accumulating there. So we're definitely seeing more of those icing reports come in, and those are going to continue as we go. Marshall and Murray counties reporting a glaze of ice. So now we're seeing 1/10 to 1/8 of an inch of ice in some of those areas to our southwest. And that is what is coming up into our area. Okay. So we'll have to continue to watch. We've got the radar going, keeping you updated on what's happening here in Rutherford County, Tennessee. And so if you want to continue to get the coverage, you can check us out on the Rutherford Weather Channel. We've been keeping the radar going, breaking in with any information. We're going to do the same on WGNS Radio as well. Did just have a question. Do you think it will get worse than it is in Eagleville? Yes, we do think that we're going to have more icing. And in fact, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, there's some heavier returns coming in there. And, our weather typically comes from southwest to northeast, and Columbia, Murray County, southwest. So we're going to continue to watch that here. Probably within the hour, we'll have more, I would say, moderate rainfall. And again, it's all freezing when it makes contact to the surface. So that is our report for now. If you're on radio, we'll break away, go back to regular programming. And a reminder, if you want to continue to watch, you can check the Rutherford Weather Channel on social platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and X. Just search up RUCO Weather, R-U-C-O Weather, spell out weather, and you'll be able to find us right there. But we'll continue to keep you updated here on radio as well as on the Rutherford Weather Channel. I'm Bryan Barrett, and thanks for listening in to this update. Okay. Back going on radio. In good shape there. So thanks, Elena, for the question on Facebook about Eagleville. Looks like right now in Eagleville, just now getting back into some of the light to moderate freezing rain. And again, anything you see here is adhering to whatever surfaces are out there. This is just our regular precipitation mode, reflectivity, all green. This would be what we're looking at if we're tracking rain or storms. And look at the heavier returns up towards Cedar Grove and Pleasant Hill, just to the west of Morgan Road, near Jackson Ridge, Eagleville. So that is some of the more moderate rainfall rates. And see down here in Lawrenceburg, we're getting some higher returns. Some of the reds might be catching some of the ice as it's melting on the way down. But we do see some heavier bands, and those are all moving from which direction? They're moving from the southwest to the northeast. So we'll continue to watch that fill in too as we go through the evening hours. I'm going to put it over here on the composite radar and look at reflectivity. And we can definitely see a steady plume of some more moderate freezing rain headed up in this direction. All right. Well, thanks for hanging in here with us on Rutherford Weather. If you've been popping back and forth, just know that around the top of the hour, we're going to do updates, doing those for radio. If there's anything else we get in, anything else we want to share with you, we'll be dropping in here as well. But just know around the top of the hour, you're going to get updates here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. You can watch the radar and our live cameras. You can see your forecast scrolling across. Courthouse cameras, you can only see a shadow of what the courthouse is, where it is. It's a really interesting look there. But hang with us. We'll continue to watch the ice and keep updated on reports, watch for accidents and things of that nature. And hopefully everyone's staying safe as you continue to watch Rutherford Weather. Hey there, friends. We've been going at this 7 hours and 20 minutes, apparently. Continuing to watch things here. Let's see, I need to make a little adjustment, don't I? Ready to do another update. Seeing a little bit of a lull. I want to stop this here real quick. And this is showing that this portion of Rutherford County is not seeing anything, right? Well, it's a very, very light, almost drizzle-like freezing rain that's occurring here. But some definite heavier returns coming in a little further to the southwest, which is what I told you would be about an hour or so. And see some of the heavier returns here. Let's see. Got a little video I'm going to show you here in just a second, too. Going to also show you my new model. Not updating here for me. Need to do a refresh. There we go. It's not the greatest news, I don't think. It hasn't loaded. Yeah, boy. All right. It is 6 o'clock. Good evening. Bryan Barrett here with you as we continue on Rutherford Weather to follow the progress of our winter storm. And we're continuing to experience freezing rain. Now, it is a freezing drizzle, I would say anywhere from southwest to northeast across the county. If you look at the county that way, from kind of lower right to upper, or lower left to upper right. The southern third, the bottom third, if you will, of the county, like dissecting across, has got some pretty decent returns of more moderate freezing rain just across the county line. So Fosterville, as you head down past Big Springs on 24, Plainview, some higher returns coming in terms of freezing rain. Eagleville, Rockvale, overall coming into downtown Murfreesboro. If you live in the northern side of the city, like I do, it's more of a light drizzle, but it is continuing to fall, as evidenced by our camera here in this area. And you can see it's not heavy whatsoever. But like I said, I did venture out, and here is what it sounds like if you're walking around on it. I had to let the dogs out to do their thing. And so this is, you can see it if you're on Rutherford Weather, but you can hear it here as well. That's the snow with sleet on top of it and freezing rain on top of it. Crunchy. The Yeah, kind of sounds like cereal, doesn't it? But that's kind of the conditions we've got out there going on right now, and more of that freezing rain coming in. The radar update just showed we're kind of filling in from Murfreesboro up towards Smyrna with the freezing rain. Let's check a couple of our cameras. Here's the downtown WGNS camera. And we actually see some black pavement there, but that black pavement to the sides definitely has some frozen precipitation, and it's freezing onto the lens. The courthouse camera is all covered. You can't really even see anything from it. So that's what we've got going on. Let's check in with our friends at Middle Tennessee Electric, who are updating their outage map right now. And it looks like we still have just 2 active outages, and the one that's in downtown Murfreesboro is expected to be completed here in the next 45 minutes. And when we looked down real close to see where that was Bell Street, or near the Bell Street area. Very well between North Highland and Middle Tennessee on Bell Street is where this outage affecting 60 people now, it says. So no additional outages do we have at this point. And in terms of road closures, not seeing any additional road closures either. So actually none. I shouldn't say additional. We had one earlier. See what we can see from the TDOT cameras. Start at the north end of the county in Smyrna, I-24 east of Sam Ridley Parkway. Traffic moving along. There is, some driving paths, if you will, but still definitely a lot of slushy area along the sides. Traffic is rolling along very slowly on 24 at Lee Victory Parkway, it seems. There's something coming through with flashers. It may be TDOT. I think we did just catch them coming through, kind of plowing the roads. Here is 24 west of Joe B. Jackson. A little blurry, but we can see some car tail lights in that area. 24 at 840. Looks like things are passable there, but it's still very icy. 24 east of Highway 96. People going along fairly slowly. You can see Medical Center Parkway and the Gateway area in the distance here from this traffic light as it looks back toward that direction. So I did want to bring you a little bit of new information that we have in terms of the precipitation and things of that nature. Let me check one more place here to see if there have been any updates. So south and west of us, which is where we're looking for our precipitation, south and west, Waynesboro, Lawrenceburg, Pulaski. We were looking there earlier and said, in about an hour, there are going to be some heavier rain returns coming in. Well, they're here now, and there are more of them building back that direction. Waynesboro got some pretty decent returns, and in fact, let's look at them on regular reflectivity, and we're seeing some areas of brighter yellows, and that is showing more of a heavy downpour, but even the darker greens that are moving in. If I look at it through our, through our regular radar and pull it over here to our reflectivity. And yeah, we're seeing some, triune that's going to be in Amilville very soon. Fosterville, it's freezing rain pretty heavily down there between Fosterville and the county line headed toward Bell Buckle around Midland. East of 24 as you go from Big Springs over to Fudge Round and Bradyville. And there we go. I think we caught all of those. There's a little cell that's with heavier rain going to move in close to the Eagleville area. So precipitation definitely picking up, and it's picking up Waynesboro, Pulaski, Lawrenceburg, and again, all of that is shifting in our direction. This is the reflectivity, or how hard it's raining mode on our radar. As we take a look at the precipitation types, it's all frozen. I mean, still 21 in Smyrna. Now, we have gone up to 25 degrees at the Murfreesboro Airport, so that is new. We've been at 23 just about all day. Now, we've been just about all day at 21 at the Smyrna Airport as well. So I don't know if we've got that much of a discrepancy or what, or if we haven't just gotten an update there in Smyrna. But that is an interesting update there on the temperatures. One of the things that has occurred within the last hour, we've gotten some new modeling, and our short-term models kind of give us an idea of what could happen. Does this mean it's what exactly is going to happen? No, absolutely not. It's what could happen. And the models have shifted a bit south with everything. So what that means is, we were showing you earlier how we expected that warm nose of precipitation to kind of come into our area, and that warm nose bringing in some warmer temperatures aloft and even down here on the surface. Well, this latest model run, which goes out until 10 a.m. tomorrow, takes us at 7 o'clock tonight, light to moderate freezing rain. At 8 o'clock, same. 9 o'clock. But as you look at 9 o'clock, from Shelbyville to Tullahoma to Lynchburg over in McMinnville, we're seeing maybe a bit of a changeover. That's that warm nose making its way up to the north and east. But we take it on out. Here's 10 o'clock. We're still in the freezing rain here. Maybe showing some rain coming into the southern end of Rutherford County around 1 a.m. Coming knocking on the door to Christiana, Bradyville. And again, this is just a model's output. Showing by 2 a.m. Maybe more areas, but still a bulk of the county in the freezing rain. This is showing 3 a.m. This is razor thin on the margins here. But Christiana over toward Reedyville and Woodbury and Bradyville, Big Springs, it's showing rain in those areas, but now it's hanging on to the freezing rain in the bulk of Rutherford County. This takes us to 5 a.m. Pretty much the same look. By 6 a.m., the rain is heavy during this time. And if it's still freezing at the surface, this is when things are really going to get interesting. Here's 7 a.m., and you see by 8 a.m., the warm nose retreating. So it never fully encompasses Rutherford County. Now, this only goes out until 10 a.m., but there are very dark colors here indicating very heavy freezing rain in the morning. Does this model have a good handle on it? Is this what's going to happen? It's future. We don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But this is a sign. Earlier, we had this green and yellow, which would indicate rain from our radar, really encompassing Rutherford County. This latest model run has shifted things a little further to the south and east and keeps Rutherford County into the very heavy precipitation. And this is what's going to cause some very high freezing rain totals. And if this solution is correct, this means we are going to be into the higher ends of what we had been forecasting in terms of the freezing rain and such. That's what the models have been kind of catching on to. The actual reflectivity did not show up on that until the last few runs. So this is maybe why the National Weather Service went ahead and bumped us up in terms of freezing rain totals. So the forecast now is up to about a half an inch of freezing rain across Rutherford County. This would give us more reason to believe that that would happen. However, again, we don't know. Where does this low go? This model doesn't control where this low goes. But if it does track 30 miles further to the east, then that could mean a difference between rain and freezing rain and more freezing rain in that solution here. If it tracks 30 miles, 40 miles further to the west, well, that could bring warmer air into our area. So Rutherford County finds itself right there on the line. It does appear. So we'll continue to keep you updated as we go through the evening. We're continuing to break in with updates. We'll give you further updates. I will remind you that in these severe ice or these ice storm situations, ice storms are slow. This whole process is slow. This isn't like watching a line of severe storms moving in from the west and crossing through Rutherford County, and then once they're through the county and to the east, well, we're done. Snowstorms, ice storms, it's just slow going. But with that said, we've got many more hours. We're not even halfway through. Got all night tonight and all day tomorrow to go through this whole thing here. So things are just getting started with the freezing precipitation. Hopefully we will be able to warm up a little bit. I do see, 30 degrees in Tullahoma, 34 down in Winchester, but those have kind of stayed in that time frame, and it's just a little more troubling look in terms of freezing rain for us here in Rutherford County with the latest model guidance that has come in. So again, we'll continue to watch it. We do expect freezing rain totals to continue to continue to see this accumulate. There's the word. It's been a long day, as you can imagine, long week. But we expect that to continue. Do we get this warm nose in? Does it not? But you can tell we're going to have much heavier rainfall during the overnight. So we are going to have heavier than what you're seeing now. Okay. And if that's falling onto a freezing surface, it will cause us some problems. So we're really just getting rolling here as we continue to follow the ice storm of 2026. And stay with us here on Rutherford Weather. We'll go back to regular programming on WGNS Radio, and reminding you we're going to try to give you updates at the top of every hour on radio here for the foreseeable future. And we have the Rutherford Weather Channel continually going on YouTube, Facebook, and X. You can follow along at Ruco Weather on those platforms. Be sure to like, subscribe, turn on notifications. That way you're always in the know when we're live on the channel. And we'll go back to that if you were breaking away on radio. And don't forget, you can always listen on 1019, 1450 in Murfreesboro and 100.5 in Smyrna. I'm Bryan Barrett for Rutherford Weather. Thanks so much for listening. And we're off. Okay. Well, there is our update. See how that warm nose never really gets into Rutherford County? It's almost in. It's kind of taking care of that southeastern corner, but the freezing rain totals would just be less in that area, but it showing that it never gets that much above freezing here. And this is all through the overnight until about 10 a.m. tomorrow. It was that overnight period into the first half of Sunday that we saw this model just a few hours ago show that this green and the greens and the yellows and the reds, that's very heavy rainfall getting into this area. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be very heavy rainfall in Rutherford County. That just means it's going to be very heavy freezing rain if this look continues. So we'll keep a look at it. Keep watching here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. We're going to kind of continue to look at some things behind the scenes. But here is where it's raining right now. It looks like a good part of Rutherford County is seeing rain. Smyrna, Laverne, you're next up here. Getting in on this freezing rain as it continues. Stay with us here on Rutherford Weather. Hey, friends. We are getting ready to do a update on radio. Just looking at some of the yuck. Mercy. That has got to be overdone, I hope. It's a lot of ice. Got moderate, moderate freezing rain and 25.7 degrees reported by Brent in Christiana. This is the total ice accretion during the storm through 11 o'clock tomorrow. Not good for us if this is what actually happens. Okay. Looking for updates here. All right, here we go, friends. Good evening, 7 o'clock. Bryan Barrett with Rutherford Weather as we give you an update on what is going on since our last on-air update on WGNS. We have seen the moderate freezing rain continue. The newest run of our high-resolution model is in. It takes us through 11 a.m. tomorrow. And it is showing a bit of a concerning sign in terms of frozen precipitation accretion. Now, this is the freezing rain that will be falling during the overnight period. So I'm going to keep this up here, and we're going to talk about it a little bit. So we're going to look at downtown Murfreesboro. And right now it is 7 o'clock. So by 8 o'clock, maybe about a tenth, almost 0.15 in parts of Murfreesboro. By 9 o'clock, by 10 o'clock, 0.17. By 11 o'clock, getting close to 0.2 of an inch. Getting close to 1/4 of an inch by midnight. At 1/4 of an inch by 1 a.m. And then the rainfall rates look to pick up during the overnight. 0.4 of an inch by 3 a.m., almost 1/2 an inch by 4 a.m., by 5 a.m. showing 0.6 of an inch. That's over 1/2 an inch, over 1/4 of an inch by 6 a.m. So those rainfall rates, the point about that is the rainfall rates really during the overnight continue to increase as that low pressure continues to keep us in the freezing rain. We'll see what this run of the model does with that warm nose. You know, we've been talking about that. You may be an amateur meteorologist now, because you've heard the term warm nose a lot. This is the low pressure as it moves up into Tennessee. It was predicted even as late as yesterday that it would go between Murfreesboro and Cookeville and travel to the north, and that would bring that warm nose here into our area. But right now, it looks like it's going to pass somewhere between Crossville and Cookeville. So that's the however long it is from one end of Cookeville or Putnam County to the other, further east. And that keeps us, even at 10 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m., maybe the far southeastern corner of the county as you go into Coffee County, maybe warms up enough for it to be plain rain. But this model keeps the southern half of the county at least in the freezing rain, and it gets so much heavier during the very early morning hours tomorrow morning. 3, 4 a.m. By 5 a.m., I mean, it is raining to beat the band, and that continues for a bit. By 7 and 8 a.m., that warm nose begins to retreat as the low pulls away. And then here we come back with some freezing rain by 10 a.m. up around Clarksville. I'm sorry, some sleet. And by 11 a.m., that line continues to push on. So this cold air is going to win out, and it's going to push the first sleet, then snow back in here on the backside of this system. So I guess Mother Nature is just getting started here with us. Do have a few things to share with you. Earlier today, in Antioch on I-24, there was a bus, a WeGo bus, that was traveling down 24, and I'm almost certain this was in the Antioch area, and this was caught on the TDOT SmartWay cameras. And for those watching, you can see the bus lose control, slide, and then hit a pole, which then comes down. And this was kind of on a downward slope. Bus just couldn't stop. So that's something that happened today in the Antioch area. Let me pull this down. My son Dalton sent the ice accumulation on his truck, and this is in the southern parts of Murfreesboro. And that's a good quarter of an inch or so of sleet and freezing rain that's all just kind of accumulated on the car there. I went out and took a very crude photo of how much freezing rain we've had, because remember, the sleet really doesn't adhere to surfaces very well. It kind of bounces off of them. And this is the mailbox. It was a little blurry, but it was too cold. But you can see we maybe have 1/10 of an inch of ice already. So there's the look. You can see things that it just kind of glistens if you look at it from a photo. Here is a photo that I can show from the front yard. And the road, of course, the road snow covered. Let's see. Let me go the other way with that. So definitely seeing in the light, especially, you can see that there is a nice layer. I don't even know that it should be called nice, but there's a layer of ice on top of that. Information from from TEMA, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. talking about the current situation, which I think we've gone over well. The current extreme cold is increasing the power demand in Tennessee. Conserve energy by staying indoors, lowering your thermostat, reducing non-essential electricity if you can. This is a message from TVA sent through TEMA. As of early this afternoon, less than 500 reports of power outages statewide. Tennessee Department of Transportation in the last 24 hours has utilized 48,000 equipment hours, 33,000 labor hours, 75 tons of salt, 26 million gallons of brine on the roadways. Their key messages: continue to monitor the weather. If you're listening or watching, you're doing that. Limit your time outdoors. Extreme cold can be dangerous. Turn their thermostats to 68 or lower to reduce energy consumption. Don't plug your generators into your house if you lose power. And report price gouging to the Attorney General's Division of Consumer Affairs. So that is a bit of the update from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. Really heavy, well, I don't want to say heavy, moderate amounts of freezing rain continuing to fall in the southern end of the county. This from Barfield to Christiana down toward Fosterville, back in Link and Versailles as well, just east of Rockvale, approaching I-24. But we really have where we don't see the heaviest returns, there's at least some light freezing drizzle. And more back to the west. We'll be filling in as we go. Trying to remember if I've gotten everything to you that I wanted to. This is a great picture. I did want to show this from down in Lawrenceburg. Let me see the best way to do this. There we go. This is a photo from the Lawrenceburg courthouse, and on that you can see in the light the rain that has accumulated on the branches and trees. Lawrenceburg, that's the area, and this is kind of moving from southwest to northeast, so we can expect probably in a couple of hours to see that much ice accumulation on our trees. That's about the latest updates we have from the National Weather Service. Our next wave of moisture, this was 20 minutes ago, is surging in. Warmer air will accompany. Over the next few hours, surface temperatures across the southeast will warm near or just above 40 degrees, transitioning any falling precipitation to rain. At this time, the frozen liquid line will shift north, orienting itself from Wayne County up through Pickett County. Roughly, that's where the transition is. This is from the National Weather Service. Counties south of that line are more favored to see rain with warmer temperatures. Counties north of that line, including Nashville, more favored to see freezing rain. So, here's Wayne County. Trying to see if I can picture this line. Wayne County. Well, it'd probably be southern Wayne County, wouldn't it? It's going to be close. It's a close call. All the models are showing that it's a close call for us. It's going to be hard for me to really draw that line with any accuracy. Assuming the warm air deepens enough tonight into the overnight hours will be the time we see the most significant ice accumulation. Accumulations of a quarter inch to a half inch appear to be the most likely, with a few isolated higher amounts. So this is directly from the National Weather Service. And a question was asked about Rutherford County. And meteorologist, I can't see her name, Paige Badgett, that's who it was, said Rutherford will be in a weird spot, hovering right around the freezing mark. We may see a bit more of a mix. Temperatures look to hover right around 33 to 34 degrees if we get that warm. It's still 25 in Murfreesboro. It's 21 in Smyrna. I would dare say the further north we get, the cooler it may be, and not as much as 32 or not as much as 33, 34 degrees. So we're right there on the edge. If we can get the warmer air in, if we can just get above freezing and turn some of that into rain, that will help the icing totals. But we just don't know that. The models are picking up on the fact that we might not, at least most of the county. So we're continuing to watch that as we go through the evening. If you've got any photos or anything like that you would like to share, you can do that. WGNSradio.com has a submit section. Also on there are closings, cancellations. There's one that I'm not sure if it's on there, and I will add if it's not. And it is not. I just saw this. Murfreesboro Medical Clinic will not open on Monday. It will be closed. So Murfreesboro Medical Clinic, MMC, will be closed on Monday. All right. So we're going to add that to our list here. I think that's going to be all for this report. We're going to continue to follow it on the Rutherford Weather Channel. We've been going for we're 20 minutes away from 9 hours. We can't go any longer than 12 hours. But the plan, I think, is going to be to, when we approach that 12 hour, to restart, reset, and go another 12 hours, because we want to kind of document everything that has gone on during this winter storm. We'll continue to give you hourly updates on radio as well. Kind of really want to see what this freezing line is going to do, and if this freezing rain fills in and it gets a little more moderate during the overnight. So we'll stay with you here for several more hours here on WGNS Radio as well. So around the top of the hour, right at the top of the hour, we'll pop in and bring you some updates. But for now, that is going to wrap up this radio update from Rutherford Weather. Again, RutherfordWX.com, YouTube, Facebook, X from our website there. Choose your favorite platform. And then like, subscribe, turn on notifications, and then you can catch the continuing coverage there. You're seeing radar, some of our live cameras. And we'll be back here at about 8 o'clock for another update on WGNS 1019, 1450 Murfreesboro, and 100.5 in Smyrna. I'm Bryan Barrett for Rutherford Weather. Now back to our regular programming from WGNS Radio. Okay. We have officially gone off radio. If you've got any photos you want to share, hit us up in the comments and let us know what's going on where you are in Rutherford County. If you can safely take some photos, send them in. That would be awesome. But we're seeing that moderate freezing rain continue really along the I-24 corridor now. The southern end of Rutherford County really getting it in terms of the moderate freezing rain, and more building back toward the west. But here's a great depiction of that warm nose and where that warm nose is going. And the HRRR model may just have it right, because it is just south. That warm nose, it probably really goes over in this direction too. Put that warm nose just to the south and east of us here. All right. We'll continue to watch things here from Rutherford Weather. Stay with us as our continuing coverage of the ice storm goes along here on the Rutherford Weather Channel. Hey there. Here we go. Hi, Rutherford Weather friends. If you're still with us, 9 hours and 17 minutes and 40 seconds into this live stream. Man, these things take some time, don't they, to get through? That's my dumb dog. Stop. Man. So, this is the current radar. And you might be thinking, well, there's not much going on. You know, it's dry from Laverne, Walter Hill to Smyrna. Yes and no. Here's our reflectivity, which shows maybe a few more scattered showers. But the heaviest stuff has moved on through. We did have quite a bit of precipitation, accretion of the ice. But I want to let you know that we haven't seen the heaviest of it yet. Okay, so here's a drier area, right? And you look off to the southwest and you're thinking, well, Futurecast continues to show this area continuing to fill in. And look, I mean, it's still snowing back in Amarillo, the entire state of Oklahoma, and all of that still has to come through. So we've got that to deal with. So that's one thing. And the models are definitely not picking up on, or they definitely are picking up on what's still to come. Taking this into the future a bit. See, it kind of shows this lull here. The things are going to be filling in the next few hours. And what I want to show you down here is these storms are convective storms. Not necessarily thunderstorms, but storms that would kind of pop up during that type of weather, okay? They have heavy downpours with them. Well, the same thing's going over here, pardon me, same thing is going over here in the maroon. So this is very, very heavy freezing rain. Well, let's come back up here. We see some of those darker colors, right? Look as we go into the overnight. This showing maybe we get up above freezing just a little bit, but still areas, and it kind of pushes back, right? These are areas of very heavy rainfall. So, going to do another radio break in here. We may take a little bit of a break on the radio side for just a bit. We've been going every hour on the hour here for quite a while. Well, we're going to keep this stream going. Probably another 3 hours or so. And what I may do is try to get some sleep, but I'm going to leave the radar running tonight, but I would have to start another stream. And then, if we're back and actually having conversation and things like that, maybe start up another stream in the morning. I'm just kind of playing it by ear right now, honestly. I do have a bit of breaking news. We're going to do that too. All right, getting close here. Thanks for hanging out if you're one of the ones on. Appreciate every one of you. This is kind of what we wanted Rutherford Weather to be, informative. When you can come by, check it out. Make sure you know what's going on, you know. It is 8 o'clock. Almost said 9 o'clock, but it's 8 o'clock. WGNS. I'm Bryan Barrett, Rutherford Weather, and we continue to watch the freezing rain situation. Nothing has really changed from our last update in Futurecast. We're right here in the battle zone in terms of, does the cold air stay entrenched or does the warmer air prevail? Brent, who is a frequent commenter here on the stream, let's see if I can get it to pop up in a new link. Whoops. Hold on a second. Trying to figure this out. There we go. New window. Brent shared this with our friends at the National Weather Service. So I'm going to share it here. And he is in the Christiana area. And this is of the power lines. And look here, right here, where the finger of the arrow is pointing. We're seeing some ice beginning to show up on these power lines. So this is ice accrual on lines in Christiana, and this was as of 7:25, thanks to Brent on his Twitter feed. So we are definitely seeing that happen. If we have any other updates here. That was actually the last update. Someone says just rain here, but it is rain, but it's freezing. I mean, freezing rain is rain that falls to the surface and then freezes on the surface because our temperature is 25 degrees. I've been doing this for 9.5 hours almost. We've been at 23 degrees. And a few hours ago, we ticked up to 25. Smyrna has been at 21 degrees all day and is now at 22, if that tells you anything. But our Futurecast models are kind of still on track, as it's just going to be the cold fighting back against the warm, and over Rutherford County is the battle zone. 1 hour, it may be rain that falls, and then the next hour, it would be freezing rain. And so what that tells me is we're, even in that battle zone area, maybe you get to 33 degrees, but is that warm enough for what's falling to not freeze? And then maybe you drop back down to 32 or 31 maybe. So we're really kind of splitting hairs here. And it's going to get heavier during the overnight and in the early morning hours. I mean, it is convective rainfall. If I was looking at this not in precipitation mode on our radar, we would see these are heavy downpours. They're just going to be heavy downpours of freezing rain because it's going to be falling into a surface that's freezing. These ice storms are long and grueling, and the last time we went through one, it was 32 years ago for me that I really remember covering like this. I know we've had other ice, but this is a legit ice storm situation. So things can go downhill and go downhill quickly. Just, you never know. And we always seem to be on the line here, don't we? Here in Rutherford County. So that's kind of an update on what's going on, what's happening. Our models are still picking up on very heavy total freezing rain amounts. So right now, it is 8 o'clock. So at 8 o'clock, what the radar is estimating, and this is probably about right, somewhere around 1/10 of an inch. By 9 o'clock, we add 5/100ths, 0.15. Let's see what happens when we get to 11 p.m. Well, now we've almost doubled what we have, 0.20. And remember, anything over 1/4 of an inch or 0.25 is where we start getting into some problems. And our radar tells us around 1 a.m. is when we're going to get to around that 0.25. But just to the west, a little bit more, maybe 0.3 of an inch. When we get to 4 a.m., so between 1 and 4 a.m., it's showing that we could have up to 1/2 inch of ice in downtown Murfreesboro. But down in Christiana, maybe 1/4 of an inch. So from Christiana to downtown Murfreesboro, that's this battle zone. Is that exactly right? Exactly what's going to happen? Tell me that, Brian. Well, I can't. It's not exact. It's not an exact thing. But that gives us an idea that somewhere in Rutherford County, we're going to have some very high totals. The further north and the further west you are, it may look like 840 is kind of one of those battleground zones, or just south of I-40 or south of downtown Murfreesboro. Where this sets up, we don't know. I can tell you that by 11 o'clock, it's showing some stupid ice amounts. I've called it stupid cold before, but this would be stupid ice amounts that would not be good. So we're going to hope for the best, hope that warm nose gets in here. This is a little bit on the, I don't want to say funny side, because none of this is funny, especially if it turns out that we're going to have this really bad ice accretion and things of that nature here. But I did find this just a second ago before going on. The storm that's hitting here in Middle Tennessee, the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain, all of that, has even closed a Waffle House. You know, Waffle House is known for their 24/7 operation. It doesn't matter the weather, rain, sleet, snow, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But they have, it's kind of an unofficial scale, if you will, called the Waffle House Index. So when hurricanes are coming ashore in Florida, they may close some Waffle Houses in those areas. And that's when you know it's really getting bad, right? Well, officially known during hurricanes, we've been watching the Waffle House Index. Well, it turns out that the Armory Drive location in Murfreesboro is closed. A sign on the door said it would be closed for the remainder of the day, reopening around 7 a.m. Sunday morning. So, if that means something to you, the Waffle House is closed on Armory Drive in Murfreesboro. Just kind of taking a look at some of the cameras from WGNS Radio. We're still seeing a very slushy road there on South Church Street. Can see where there are some drivable paths that show water. Just keep in mind, any of this that stays around by tomorrow evening, and by this time tomorrow, it's all going to be ice. If it's on the road, it's all ice, and it's all frozen thick, because we're going to get to like 11 degrees tomorrow night. But you can see the freezing rain on the lens there. This is in the Siegel area, and even my camera here is freezing over. You can still see it falling through, and that's the freezing rain that is falling. And our Rutherford County Courthouse camera, it's all ice. You can see a silhouette of the courthouse, but that is about it. Taking a look at some of the roadways. Very light traffic along I-24 east of Sam Ridley Parkway. I do see some flashing lights there. So let me pull up the TDOT SmartWay camera system and see what incidents, if any, are being reported. And I don't see any that are being reported. So not sure what that is. This is 24 at Lee Victory Parkway as we keep an eye on what's happening in Smyrna. And looks like people are traveling along. 24 west of Joe B. Jackson. Traffic moving along, but pretty slowly for the interstate. This is I-24 at 840. That looks like maybe some salt trucks or whatnot, or maybe electrical trucks coming into the area. I know that they had deployed further south, and maybe they're making their way here. So that's 24 at 840. 24 around Highway 96. Sparse traffic, but drivable lanes. 840 at Shacklet Road. A little more snow covered there on 840. Some light travel there. I-24 east at Elam Road. Looks like maybe one lane in both directions open. And they're all open, but in terms of drivable, where there's no snow cover maybe. I-24 at South Church Street. A little pixelated for us there. So a check of some of our cameras around and about. And that's about all we have for this particular update. There are more reports coming into the National Weather Service, by the way, of ice accretion, some tree limbs coming down, and things of that nature. There isn't one more thing we do need to look at, or two more things. Let's look at the road closure map first, see if there are any, and there is a road closure here in Rutherford County now that we did not have last hour. So let me check that out here real quick. That is going to be at Stones River Lane Slab, closed. And a barrier is in place because of icy, snowy covered roadways. So, again, that is at 640 Stones River Lane Slab. That is closed right now. Middle Tennessee Electric. This is good news. Good to see. As we take a look at the outage map, there are no outages in Williamson, Wilson, Cannon, and Rutherford County. Now, that does not include the Laverne area. Laverne is part of Nashville Electric. I told someone that this week, and it's like, really? I didn't know that. I thought most people did, but I guess if you're in Laverne, you do. But no outages being reported in the Middle Tennessee Electric area. That's something that we have to watch very closely. Thanks, Brent. Appreciate that. I see you pop back over here. I did show the one that you sent of the accretion on the power lines there that you sent to the National Weather Service. But Brent reporting 25.3 degrees in Christiana and light rain or drizzle. And the last few reports from Brent have been 25.3 degrees in Christiana. Again, that is that area that we're just kind of wondering if that warm nose gets in there to warm up just enough. But I'm telling you, I don't know if it's 33 degrees for 3 or 4 hours, if that's going to make a ton of difference, especially whatever is there. Once this front comes through tomorrow, you're going to really feel it. The temperatures are going to crash. There'll be a flash freeze of anything that falls. And whatever has fallen, that is ice, is going to be firmly in place here for a bit. And I think we're above freezing maybe Wednesday a bit, and then back in the 20s for highs. I can actually pull this up here from the, let me see if this has changed the impacts. No, not really. Moderate impacts in terms of winter weather from the Weather Prediction Center. But what I wanted to show here was the temperature, the Climate Prediction Center temperature for the next 6 to 10 days below normal. And it's an 80% chance of being below normal. It's about as high as you can get. The next 8 to 14 days, 50-50 chance of below normal. It's still below normal here in the next 8 to 14 days. So we're going to go into the month of February below normal, and it looks like even the next 3 to 4 weeks we have, you know, a better than average chance of being below normal with temperatures. Precipitation, oh no, let's see. It's looking like below normal the next 6 to 10, 8 to 14, but it's really pretty dry during this time of the year anyway. So that doesn't really tell us a whole lot there. Well, we do have a brief lull, but we're still going to continue to get some light freezing rain and drizzle. That is going to continue, but things are going to pick up in the next few hours. So we're probably going to take a few hours here for radio coverage, and we will break back in if we need to pass on any information. And also, let me say that if we do some continuing reports, we're going to try to do those around the top of the hour. Okay? So if you're listening, you listen into Coast to Coast on WGNS around the top of the hour. Maybe in a few hours, we'll do another update and then see how things go during the overnight. But I think the early morning hours, we're going to have to really be on guard and seeing what's going on. And of course, if you lose power, you're really going to want to know what's going on. So we want to be there. So we're going to kind of use this pause on radio to take a bit of a step back, regroup, probably not sleep, but maybe sleep a little. I doubt it. And then be back to try to get us through the early morning and just see if that warm nose can come in and help keep these ice accretion levels down, because what is being modeled right now is not what we want. All right. Well, it's about 16 minutes after 8, and we're going to head back to regular programming on WGNS. If you want to continue, you can watch on the Rutherford Weather Channel. That is on YouTube, Facebook, X, at Rutherford Weather on the social platforms. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications there, share with your Rutherford County, Tennessee friends and family. I've gotten a few questions about, well, what about Pennsylvania or Kentucky? We're not covering those. We're covering Rutherford County, Tennessee, and we're going to get you covered through this ice storm of 2026. But at Rutherford Weather on YouTube, Facebook, X, we'll continue to have updates there. You'll see the radar, that kind of thing. And if we need to pop in to give you a little information, we will. If it's something that's urgent that everybody needs to know for sure, not just these weather watchers that like the channel, we'll pop on here on WGNS and let you know. But for now, back on WGNS to Coast to Coast AM as we continue our coverage of Ice Storm 2026. Bryan Barrett for Rutherford Weather. All right, we are back to regular programming on WGNS, and I'm going to pull up the radar here and go have breakfast, lunch / dinner at 8:18 p.m. But we'll be here. I'm 3 steps away, and can pop on. Island Dixie, thanks for that. Appreciate you tuning in. And if you like what we do here, share, tell friends, family, anybody that you know that we're going to be here to cover impactful and severe weather. And this is certainly shaping up to be an impactful winter storm here. Just how impactful, well, we're going to find out here in the next few hours, I think. And things beginning to fill in down toward Waynesboro, Lawrenceburg. So we're another hour and a half away from more freezing rain and moderate freezing rain pushing through here. I do know that they're beginning to have some problems down in the southwestern part of Middle Tennessee. So we'll continue to watch it for you. and see how that impacts us right here in Rutherford County in the heart of Tennessee. Stay with us. All right, friends. This live stream has about come to its end time just because of YouTube and continuing to keep it archived. I don't want to lose this because we've got this winter storm warning continuing to go. So what we're probably going to do is end this stream and bring back part 2 for the overnight, get a little sleep, and see what the morning looks like. Okay. But we still got rain going on. And when I say rain, I mean freezing rain. I'll look outside from Siegel and just look. It is ice, ice, ice. I'm not sure when Brent sent this, but moderate freezing rain and 26.4 in Christiana. It is rough. From WGNS in downtown Murfreesboro, it is ice covered on the lens. From the Rutherford County Courthouse looking the other way, it's been this way for a while. Definitely ice covered. Let's look at a few of the TDOT cameras. Smyrna and Sam Ridley. Little traffic. Smyrna at Lee Victory Parkway. See a few cars making their way through. 24 west of Joe B. Jackson. That one a little laggy, isn't it? 24 at 840. This is I-24 eastbound, or east of 96, sorry. 24 east of Highway 96. Major thoroughfares are decent, as can be, I guess. 840 at Shacklet Road. Well, that looks pretty rough, honestly. And this is 24 at Elam Road. Just really one lane, isn't it? Here's another camera. I don't use this one frequently, but I'm going to show it to you now. This is the Murfreesboro Medical Clinic camera in the gateway area of Medical Center Parkway. Looks like in the Christiana area, Brent says we're up to 27.1 with freezing rain. Definitely an odd look for sure. I don't like the trends, and here's why. This is the latest run of the HRRR, one of the models that we look at. And this is the ice for the overnight. What are we at? 10 o'clock now? So here's 10 o'clock. This is an estimate of what we've got out there right now. Nearing, I would say, 2/100ths of an inch. That's not right. 2/10. These fractions, you know. Math was never my strong suit. In some areas. Well, let's take it out here a little bit to, say midnight. We're getting into that 1/4 inch time frame. That's concerning. 1/4 inch adds about anywhere from 100 to 500 pounds on, let's say, a run of the electrical lines. That's a lot. You get up to 1/2 inch, it's anywhere from 500 to 1,000 pounds. But look what happens here between midnight and 2 a.m. We go up to 3/10. And this is sampling here. Overall, Windrow. You get down here south, maybe Eagleville and Rockville, just a little less. So that's at 2 a.m. Here's 4 a.m. Look what happens. We jump up to a half an inch of ice in Murfreesboro. Smyrna and Laverne at a half an inch. That's within a 2-hour time span. Boy, that is a big jump. By 5 a.m., we're up to 0.62, 64 in Murfreesboro. Getting close to an inch by 7 a.m. This is not what you want to see. Goes out to 11 a.m. So let's look at the precipitation, or reflectivity. Let me go to precipitation type. See how far this warm nose gets into Rutherford County. This is showing by midnight at the surface in Fosterville, near Big Springs and Pleasant View and Reedyville, we're above freezing. Everywhere else in Rutherford County, below freezing. This is showing by 2 a.m., creeping up toward Murfreesboro. Slightly above freezing in Rockville and Eagleville, Versailles, Link, Christiana, Big Springs, Kittrell. Let's move it out to 4 a.m. Well, from 1 to 3, we see that it retreats in terms of the warm-up, right? So it takes us back below freezing in some of those areas. So maybe an hour or two in the south end of the county above freezing. Let's go out a little further. This is when the really heavy stuff is falling, between 5 and 6 a.m. And we're seeing just the far eastern corners of the county, maybe right at that freezing mark or just above. And that stays that way until 8 o'clock. There's 10 o'clock. Maybe seeing some of the far eastern areas. So Rutherford County through 11 o'clock does not fully get into the above freezing surface temperatures. So honestly, it's maybe this corridor here of the county. That leaves a good 2/3 in the freezing rain. And that could be bad news. Because definitely going to see some heavier returns come through during the overnight. Let's just look at it from a wider perspective. Here's the county right here. This is a rough outline, okay? See how that warm nose just continues? As this moves to the east, this is moving up from the southwest. And see how it retreats? That's because the cold air from the north is going to continue to push in and fight against this warm nose coming this way. It's going to continue to carry it on to the east in a direction that is away from Rutherford County. A lot of arrows, and that probably doesn't mean a whole lot to you, but this is a concerning look. Let's go to the precipitation type here and turn on our frozen precipitation and just take this out wide. I chose the wrong one here. Hold on a second. Total freezing rain is what we need. Look at those totals. This is definitely the area that's in the ice storm warning down here, right? Right in this area. We knew it was going to be a little further north. This is kind of curving to the north and east on this model run. Does that mean that it's exactly going to happen that way? No. But it does tell us a trend, and it's been this way for just a little bit. So that's concerning. Here's what's happening right now. North end of the county, seeing some freezing precip. If you don't see anything here from, let's say downtown Murfreesboro to Blackman to Overall to Eagleville, it's still a light mist. And here's the composite. And it shows what's down here in Mississippi filling in. Let's watch the trends here over the last few minutes. Kind of looks like the best thing that we can hope for is that this particular model run is a little aggressive. Some of this may be light frozen precipitation. It still will accumulate, but look how heavy it gets. These darker maroons, I mean, that's convection. That's thunderstorm activity. In fact, these aren't thunderstorms. There is a Gulf Coast tornado threat tomorrow. Shows you the system and how it's really kind of wrapped up here. Let me show you this in the regular rainfall. So if this was regular rainfall that was continuing, look at how heavy it is at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. This is 5 a.m. Look how heavy the rain is, and it's going to be falling into an area that's at 27 degrees in Murfreesboro, 24 in Smyrna. See if those temperatures go up. This is 6 a.m. Just look at how heavy that is. 7 and 8 a.m. Heavy rain in the morning. Is that heavy rain falling in an area that's at 33 degrees, or is it 27, 28, 29? That's the real question we've got to deal with in the morning. We are approaching 12 hours on this stream. We're going to have to end the stream. We will start the stream and leave that running overnight. I have to get some sleep. I've been going for this whole 12 hours here. We'll end the stream. We'll jump back in early and see what's going on and give you continual updates. We really hope that that warm nose makes its way through, right? All right. Thanks for those who have been with us on the Rutherford Weather channel. I'm sure you've been in and out and popping in and back over. Longest stream that we've ever done here. And we'll certainly keep you updated on what's going on. All right. Stay with the Rutherford Weather channel. Again, we're going to end this stream. If you want to continue to watch, we're going to start another stream here in just a couple of minutes. So stay with Rutherford Weather as